Welcome to ZaranTech's Expert Workday Finance Training. Master financial management, accounting, and analytics with our real-world knowledge. First, we cover core financial processes like budgets, journals, payments, expenses, and consolidations. Then, learn Workday's unique continuous accounting approach to streamline period-end closes. We also dive into revenue recognition, projects, inventory, and fixed assets. ZaranTech's Workday Finance training delivers the practical finance and accounting skills needed to maximize Workday. Drive accuracy, analytics, and productivity with a flexible, cloud-based enterprise platform. Take control of financials with Workday. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1, about Workday. 2, history of Workday. 3, job outlook. 4, salary trend. 5, core concepts in navigation. 6, organization structure. 7, people structure. 8, business structure. 9, financial structure. 10, Workday structure. 11, implementation methodology. 12, Workday architect. Let's dive into the video now.
Okay, guys, so my name is Maddie. I have more than 15 years of experience in finance. In finance, especially in Workday Finance, Oracle, Coupa, Oracle EBS, Oracle Cloud as well. And in this 15 years of experience, I have implemented Workday Finance in multiple domains or multiple countries like Norway, Malaysia, Pakistan, UAE, Denmark, Sweden, and I'm giving the support as well in that area. So this is my brief introduction, and regarding the training perspective, I have more than 10 years of experience, the corporate and the individual training, and with this corporate and individual training for USA, UK, Canada, Norway, Malaysia. So all of these countries I have implemented, and as well as providing the training and the support in Workday financial domain from the last more than 10 years, I think. So this is my brief introduction. I have already explained in my webinar about the Workday history and how the Workday emerged in this ERP domain and how they have taken up the things. Okay, David Duffield is the current CEO, and they started this journey from 2005. And earlier that he was the part of PeopleSoft. PeopleSoft is another ERP system. Now the PeopleSoft is taken up by Oracle. So David Duffield and Anil Bashiri is the co-founder of the Workday in 2005. They launched their product in Workday Finance financial management system in 2007. And parallel to that, they enhanced their product in 2010 and launched HCM applications. Right now, if you search on the Google, that Workday Finance and HCM is at the top right now, and they are competing Oracle and the SAP. In finance, we have big giants. Oracle's solution considered to be a best in the finance, and somewhere Sage is also there. But the domains that is having Oracle Finance and Sage, parallel to that, Workday is also enhancing their features, and they are competing these ERPs right now in this market. So Workday goes to the public. Public means he declared as a public limited company in 2011. Then announces its partnership with AWS, a cloud-based HCM and financial management system in 2013. Because before the Oracle and SAP, Workday, judged the market, and they converted their solution, or they, designed their solution on the cloud-based. in 2013, and since then they are providing this solution as a SaaS platform. What is a SaaS? SaaS is a software as a service where you can access the application from any devices or from anywhere, uh, and provided the internet and the system that they have it, that should be good enough that the application should run properly. So since 2013, this cloud-based application, they are enhances this product. In 2015, they acquires identify a company that provides tools for talent acquisitions and management. So they are basically, from 2013, they are expanding their spectrum in Workday Finance and Workday HCM area. Until today, there is another good feature they have introduced, that is adaptive planning and forecasting. So till now, this spectrum is increasing and their feature is enhancing. So this is a brief introduction about Workday history, that how they are taking up this history. Going back to the Workday sites, the current CEO is the Anil Bashiri, and as I said earlier, that he's served as a CEO since then. And so Workday software company that provides cloud-based human capital and financial management. So this is some definition that is there. And since 20 years that experience in technology industry, and has held various leadership roles at companies and such as PeopleSoft, where he served as a vice president, as I said earlier. So this is the Workday management. Currently, they have it, the core management team in the finance area, and they are providing this financial solution. So David Dufresne, Robin Cisco, that is the president and the CFO. Cano Fernandez, he is the president. So chief product officer, we have chief people officer Ashley Goldsmith, then back chief revenue officer. So these are the management who are working, and they are giving this product. So this is about some marketing. So our focus will be in a different way. Normally, I never goes these slides. Our focus will be just three different areas, 2 and 3. On a daily basis, at the end of the day, or at the end of the session, I will give you the topics. Like today, that we are discussing the intro, Workday core concepts, and then structure. So this will be our tomorrow agenda. So every day I will give you the topic so that you have a good idea that tomorrow what we are doing. So give please on that topic, Google it or think about it. Just give a 15 minutes these topics. Okay. So whatever I will ask you, so that it will give you the idea that what our objective is and how we are proceeding. So once we have a good concepts that we will learn of the topics, I will give you a brief introduction and as a project that how we are taking up these things. So what is a project, how we are taking up this, we will discuss in a while. So we will discuss those topic. Either there is a terminology, for example, if I say that tomorrow our topic will be, consolidation. So what is the consolidation in financial? So you just go and Google that area, 15, give this that point of 15 minutes. Just read up. Don't understand, just read up there to get the idea. Once you have the idea, then next day we will discuss in a detailed way. I will elaborate it. Once you have a good concepts, then we will have a finally hands-on. Now our objective is that this consolidation, for example, that how it will be performed in Workday. So today is the first day, that is the intro. So don't worry about it. So we will give some slides for. I will never use to more go to the slides. You have a slides material over your element, the topic that we will discuss. Probably some topics are not mentioning here, like Workday financial closing, Workday financial consolidation, revaluation, close procedure. So these are the core more about the finance detailed topic, or you can say advanced topic. So if topic is not there, no problem in the curriculum, but we will discuss those part in detail way in our agenda. So I will tell you the detail one day before, so that be prepared yourself. So I would expect you guys that you make a practice well before one day, so that the next topic will be linked with the uh, previous topic, so that you have a good idea. For example, if we are going for the consolidation, why I'm taking this word, because this is a complex part. So this complex, or the terminology that we will use, that is having the base from translation, revaluation. So if you have a good idea, translation, revaluation, and a structure, business structure, then you will understand the consolidation. So go for it on a daily basis. Make a practice, hands-on practice. You will have the access as well, and try to grab the idea. If you have any challenge, for example, we will discuss to the translation, and there is a point that I have discussed related with the currencies. So we have discussed the part now, history part. Now we are discussing the concepts now. Okay, before the core concepts and navigation, I will take up the things to the project. That what is the business object? We will discuss, and then what is the basic navigation? What we have it. Before that, let me go through one more point. Okay, for every implementation, if I talk about the implementation perspective, there is certain steps that you need to follow. Every implementation, to understand that how it will be. For example, that we have a project means that I run a business, and business name is ZaranTech. Okay, this is my business name. Now this company have a 200 plus employees, and they are creating $500 million revenue in a year. So their objective is that they want to implement a Workday financials. So the detail that I'm currently sharing with you is one of my project. The name will be different, so but the point will be the same. So in my one of all the project, that there are 200 plus employees and 55 plus millions of revenue they are generating. So they are expecting that they want to implement Workday Finance. So Workday Finance they want to implement, and in Workday Finance they want to implement these of the three modules: the GL, the AP, and the AR, and finally the reports part. This is the course curriculum that we have it. So before implementing this team have two different offices. One is the in the USA, and one is the UK. So they wanted to implement first in the USA. Parallel to that, they will implement in the UK this Workday Finance. Now this company has two different offices and two different areas of businesses there. So now once they want to implement it, what are the core features we need to be focused for the implementation? So there are three different structures or four different structures to understand any business. For any type of implementations, these structure that you need to understand in a good way. Otherwise, that will be a challenge for you to grab the idea about the implementation plus the methodology of implementation. So what are those structure? What is called first is the organizational structure. What is organizational structure? We will discuss. So the first is organizational structure. Second is people structure. And third one is business structure. And fourth one is the financial structure. So these four structure, you have a good idea. Then you will understand your implementation project. What is their implementation? So first of all, the organization structure, or we can say a business structure. Normally, both structure took the same point. So we will discuss the same here. So what is the organizational structure? Okay, organizational structure, people structure, or business structure, or the finance structure. If you have a good concept, then as I said earlier, then you will implement this Workday Finance or any ERP system. Not only the Workday Finance, any ERP system, then you can do that. Otherwise, if you have not the concept, then it would be a challenge for you. You always be a confused that what it will be. When you go any organizations, you would ask this question that what is your organization structure? So there is a better word at organogram. Your organogram. Organogram is the chart where they have put out their organizational structure. So when you go in any company, the company should be registered their local authority that this company is now registered and is right now is working. So in that registration, probably you have to give this organogram. So if the company don't have this organogram, then that would be a give you the good idea. But if there is not any, then how you will analyze these things that what is the organizational structure? So in any organization structure, the first part is there. Either it is a group or either it is a corporate company. So consider that my company is the group, just to make it very simple. Then you will add up these things in a complex structure as well. We will discuss that part. So number one is the group. Group may have number of companies, subsidiary companies. So number two is their companies. Company, for example, one company in the USA, another company is UK. So I would say that my company name that we would have it. One is the group, and then you have two companies. Every company then have some, departments, or we can say that some have regions. That maybe some companies have regions. Regions means if it's a USA base, so we'd say that one is the East region, one is the Central, one is the West. So these are the three regions that we have divided: Central, East, and West. So regions are there. So if the company have some regions, then they may have further divisions. Divisions means if it is a central region, then there further we have further city-based divisions that we can say that our company is working based on cities. Now, this company that I'm talking about, that basically, just to give you the idea, that ZTech is a tech company. Their line of products are, a laptop distributor. They have, printers, and they have, accessories. So these are the main these areas. So they are distributing the laptops in the region wise, and then further in every city, they have whatever they needed, they will provide these laptops. The laptop distribution, they have HP, they have Dell. The two laptop distribution they have it, and they are providing. For the printer, they have Xerox, and accessories are multiple are there. So they are providing this stuff on the divisions as well. So every divisions have further, if I see that, then they have further departments. So you can see that top is the group, and then we are go a very narrow or the bottom level, a narrow way. So these are the further departments that under that division we have it. Now the department may be the finance department, the IT department, the sales and marketing department. So once the department is covered, then further we have sections. Sections are further subdivided the departments. Sections like if I talk about the finance, so under finance we have GL, we have a payment section, we have payroll section. If I talk about the IT we have networking section, we have system support section. Similar to that, we have sales and marketing. We have sales department. So this is there. Sales and marketing, we have sales and marketing, two separate sections. So department are further subdivided into sections. So now the sections are there. Then we have finally in my company, that is the seventh is the warehouses, or we can say locations. Why I use this word warehouses? We will discuss in our AP, and in when we start up this AP module, we will discuss this part in a detail. Why I'm using this warehouse and location. But location is very important. Location means every company, every department, every divisions or have some address. So the address may be your address is there. Address may be shipped to address, build to address, or we will use this terminology frequently, so we will discuss as well what is ship to and build to. So, and then we have head office address. So here, if I go to this area that we discussed, that these structure is called business structure. What is the difference between your understanding? You all have seen something that corporate hierarchy is there, cost center workers. So this is a difference between the your understanding and how the structure it will be. So that we have, for example, we have a group. So my company, my project, in that project we have called a Z group. We will define these basically why I'm taking this name. So we will define these as an implementation in Workday Finance. Okay. So that's why I'm putting this word Z group. Company name is two companies are there. So if I say that, that is Z USA. This is my company, and Z UK. Region, we say that we have Central, we have East, we have West. Divisions we have, for example, if we talk about Central, then we have New York, NY, and we have some, I don't know exactly the name, but New York and I say that Washington, although that is not true, but let's take it. So we have the UK as well. So we say that this is a central UK. Then we have London. So my group have two companies, and these are the structure that is there. Then divisions we have London Dev as well. Then department may be a common one for both the companies. So that I would say that this is my finance department. So finance in the UK as well, IT department. So same it is there. Then we have a purchasing as well. Let's put it this way. So all the four departments, not four, only three, all the purchasing happen only USA, not with the UK. So all the purchasing we will do it a centralized procurement. So how we are segregating these procurement we will discuss in AP module. And that's how we can do that centralized purchasing. Then section maybe you can control your structure within the department, or you can exclude this section as well. So it is optional. That is not mandatory. That in the system, just take it. Then ship to address. So UK has head office. So we'd say that this is the head office address, and then both organizations have further ship to and bill to. Okay. So this is my structure, and that is called organizational structure. And this structure we will define in the Workday. When we define our structure in the Workday as implementation, then we will do that. So guys, don't hesitate. Wherever you feel, you can ask the questions. So till now, if there is any confusion or any point you want to discuss, just highlight. So the understanding is very accurate. Otherwise, the you will understand the system. That will be a mega challenge. So understand between Workday structure, organizational structure, people structure, business structure, finance structure, and then finally we will discuss Workday structure. This one will be our fifth structure. So any question till now regarding organizational structure? So don't worry about it. We will go step by step. So wherever concepts wise you understand it, don't worry about interview. I have conducted so many interviews. What type of question they may ask you, how to answer it. So don't worry about it. I will explain you. Okay, so this is the structure that we have it. Okay, one thing is that let me, this is UK and then make this center. Now my business structure is ready, or the organization structure is ready. So we are moving now people structure. So what's in your mind the people structure are? Okay, as the name is mentioned that people structure is people, that definitely related with some peoples that we are having. People structure always link with the organizational structure. So whenever you go or enter any organization, definitely you will ask them, or if there is an interview call from any organization, then the company would first say that, or the HR person will say that, I am talking about from a company Unilever. So we offer a job, a business analyst or the business financial consultant. So are you interested? So always the company name comes first. So company name is belongs to the work, the org structure, the group or the company name. Then they introduce themselves in which department they are or the which job they are offering, related with some divisionals and department. Department is important. Division may assign when you join that organization. Okay. So the interview questions they may ask you simply, and definitely they introduce themselves, their company, their location, where they belongs to, and which department he or she is talking. Like HR department, she is talking, but he will explain you that which job they are offering. Even over the LinkedIn or over any job application, when you see that job, then the group or the company introduction come first. Then the rest of the things go side by side. And finally, they offer it a job. A job is related with the positions that Okikchu has mentioned that some positions are there. So the position is linked with that organizational structure. Now, these positions that they are offering as a business analyst or business financial consultant is related with that people structures. People structure are the you can see that a person that is linked with the organizations. For example, if I talk about the organizations or the group, then you would say that, for example, another example I would put it here, that if you join any company, you go, you offer the job, sorry, you accept the job and accept that offer. And when you join that company, you go to their head office, that is their location. And when you there go to the head office, then the HR person said you that please contact Mr. Smith from finance department. Or you would ask them, okay, please send me the joining date when I can join and then which office I will join. So the address would be there. And once you join that office, then when you enter that office, then they will guide you that, sir, your job is in this division, central divisions, and your department will be IT department, and your job is the as an implementation consultant. So I would ask you that you would be the part of our sections called GL section. So you are the finance guy, so you are more related with GL sections. And finally, and that will give you the idea that what is their divisions, what is the group, what is the company, what is the department, and which sections you are working for. So either you join any organizations or either you are working for any organizations, then you would understand their organization structure. But for the implementation perspective, that is very important that these organization structure you should have a good idea so that you can design your workday structure along with your financial structure based on these points. Okay, then the group at the group level, there always be I will put this thing aside again. This is your understanding, and I will give mine. So group, you may have CEO. So CEO is the position. On the CEO positions, there must be one person that should be there. That it, for example, is Smith is there. So at the group level, you might have the group director, CEO, group director, or you can say chairman. Some use chairman word. He's the person who has a full authority, who might be the owner of the company or the group, that the CEO or the chairman. So that is at the group level. Then company level. At the company level, you have there might be chances that the CEO will be your company as well. But for example, we have a separate CEO for company, and I put it here this way: group director, and I take up this thing here as company CEO. and CEO for USA and CEO for UK. Then region. Region might be regional director or a regional manager. Position maybe varies, but some head or the of this organization levels that must be there. So the group level, we have a group director, then we have CEO, then we have a regional manager or regional direction. So then we have divisions. So we have a divisional head, and divisional head, then we have a department head. Then we have sections. We have a section lead, and then we have location. There is no location as there. So consider that CEO is okay, group director is Sumit, CEO is our John, regional manager is Sarah, the divisional head is Lewis is there. Department head, there are 3 departments, so every department head is a different one. So we'd say the finance department is the Matthew. So I'm taking the random name. So IT is the Ule, and then sales and marketing we have Wade. So these are the department head of the respective department. Section lead we have finally Mr. Ram is there as a GL. Every position with respect of people structure, we link these position with our organizational structure. That is the essence of the point. We have this one. Regional head, so we have central separately. I mentioned 1, but you may have 4 as well. Or you may have 1 regional manager for all of them. That depends on your organization. So in the implementation, we consider these things as well. And that is very important. Although this area, people structure linked with HCM. So you are the HCM guy, a couple of guys are from HCM. They knows that every positions they're with the level of their organization structure that should be defined properly. Otherwise, that not only help your for the financial, but also your payroll, also your people structure. That is the important one. So this is the section that I have defined, and then finally we have location. I hope you guys have a clear difference, because normally in the interview as well, they ask the question that what is the organizational organogram, and what can you say something about your organizational structure? So now this question is for you. So you are working already in an organization. So your organization, you should know your organization properly, how they are working, what are their organizational structure, what are their regions. So you may answer the question in a way that I'm as a business analyst, I'm working in a ZaranTech, and I'm right now in a divisions head under one department that is called finance. So basically we have a group company, and that group have 2 subsidiary companies. That is, one is the USA and the UK. And then in the USA regions, we have regions, that is central, east, and west. I'm working in the central as a divisional head, and under that I have multiple departments, and I'm leading the finance department as an implementer or as a head. And then you can explain it. So now this answer has give you the employer an impression that you have a structural knowledge, a good structural knowledge basically, and you have implemented these things. So you have this idea. So this more important with the interview question as well. But if you answer this question, do you know for example, if you ask this again, what is the organizational structure? So you said that, well, this is something corporate hierarchy. So what is your role in that structure? You are working in a corporate organization. So what is your role? What is the organizational structure? So just answer that there is a corporate hierarchy, or just answer it that we have some cost centers. So that is not more than enough. So you have a good knowledge about your structure, then you can explain it properly in the interview. What is the organizational structure? Why I am emphasizing, because these areas, because that is important for our implementation perspective as well. We discussed 2 major structure, that is organization structure and the people structures. We will discuss the business structure, what is the difference between business and organizational structure, and then we will discuss financial structure. What are the core areas that you have a good idea as a financial expert, as a Workday financial expert, that you need to look into these financial structure. We will discuss this part. I would ask you guys, go for each sessions, go there, Google the structures, think about your organizational structures, and because you will implement your company as I'm doing right now. I'm building my structure, so I would ask you guys to build up your structure, and then that would be utilized for your implementation for this training, so that it would be like a good hands-on for yourself. Because whenever in the interview they may ask you that, do you have any experience as implementation, or you have any hands-on for Workday implementation, then you may say that although I didn't work in any organization, but I have a good exposure of implementation, how it is implemented. Now, if you say that no, I don't have it, then there will employer will say that you don't have any experience, you don't have any expertise. But if you say that yes, I do have, not as a professional, but I know that how to implement this Workday financials. So what are the, then they may ask you that, okay, tell me about that, how to implement a Workday. So you will take up the things like we are doing right now. You must give the answer, or you have to give the answer that you understand the structure. We will understand this, how the structures are. Then we will take up to the Workday finance, and then the rest of the things you will give the answer accordingly. Okay.
Alright, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following Workday features allow you to calculate and accrue recurring and reversing business transactions on a scheduled basis? Option A, journals. Option B, allocations. Option C, amortizations. Option D, calculation rules. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hi everyone, I'm thrilled to give you a preview of ZaranTech's Expert Workday Finance Training course. In this intensive training, we'll explore Workday Finance's essential capabilities so you can optimize financial processes. Whether you're new to Workday Finance or an experienced user looking to expand your skills, this training delivers tremendous value. We'll start with the basics, configuring Workday's ledger, managing accounting transactions, and financial reporting. ZaranTech has trained hundreds of Workday Finance experts globally. Our real-world customer examples will empower you to streamline financial operations. This is an outstanding opportunity to become a certified Workday Finance expert. Visit the link below for full information on ZaranTech's intensive Workday Finance training program.
So let's discuss the other structure. What is our business structure? Business structure, meaning that what nature of business that we are running, that nature of business, meaning that, for example, my nature of business is tech industry, tech area, and might be that I have a group of companies. So one company is a tech, taking care of tech industry, and other one is the company that is taking care of automobile company. So these are the two different, or we can say that we have another one is that we have energy sector. Now, this is my business structure that I want to run. So now I have to think about it, that Z Tech, that I was Z Group, that is there, that has three different businesses. These business are working autonomous, or are they working, jointly? That is when you have to check in that implementation. So this question that may be asked, you can ask to the POC. POC is the point of contact. So whenever you have implementation, then there might be a project manager or the POC who will provide you these all the information. So these questions you may ask to the project manager, that you have a three sectors, and in these three sectors you are running right now. Are they working autonomously or are they working as a jointly? So these sector will give you the guideline that how your structure will look like. If it is working the joint basis, like tech area, we have CEO who is the CEO of automobile and energy sector as well. Then where it is a segregated point, because CEO is the one. Regional manager may be different for different sectors or different industry, or might be a divisional head will be a different. So you need to identify that where this is segregated. So once it will be this defined, or if it has been identified, then you have to go for the next section, that is the financial sector. But in this business sector, that will be defined at how your financial sector will look like. For example, if I see that this is my sector, and if I take this way, yeah, these sectors, then if this tech area having multiple regional manager or only one regional manager. For example, I would say that Sara is the one regional manager. For automobile, we have Neo, and then we have Tom. So these are the three regional manager that are taking care of this area. Or we can say that if it is segregated at the company level, then those person would be our CEO of each sector, and each CEO is reporting to the directors. So this is here you have to identify within that organogram people structure or the business structure that they will have it. Because this business structure, if their expenses are common, their profits are common, which is very rare. Normally, and any structure will taken care of separately, but that has been decided that how they are maintaining their financial statements. So these financial statements that we are discussing, that will be also helpful for our financial structure as well. So, so that is our businesses. Consider that for our implementation, we are saying that we will have two sector. One is tech area, another one is automobile that we will take up in our Workday structure as well. Now this financial structure, let's discuss the financial structure. So what do you think when we discuss the financial structure, what's in your mind? That how to check out to verify the financial structure. So this is what that you will look like. Okay, that's good input. But before financial structures, you have to take care of those financial statements. Financial statements are very important to identify how the financial structure there the company is working right now, and what are their current financial statements. The major financial statements that considered that are data three, and you know that is balance sheet. Number one. Secondly, that is income statement, or we can say that profit and loss account statement. And then we have third one is trial balance. We can view that fourth one is cash statement as well. Now, once you have these statements, balance sheet, income statement, what are these balance sheet? What is the balance sheet? What is the income statement, trial balance, cash management? We will discuss in a while. But these statements, these called financial statements, any business financial statement, these called standard financial statement. Other financial statements are been there, meaning that a company maintain their own financial statements, meaning that they are maintaining a different statement as per their requirement. Like they are maintaining their own statements like daily cash statement or daily expense statements, analytical business analytical. These are any name that you can give it. Business analytical financial analytical statement. So these normally not used by that has been customized. You can see these are customized as per the requirement financial statements. But these financial statement, this one, the standard ones, give you the exact picture that how the financial structure will look like. What is a balance sheet? Balance sheet is the balance sheet is the give you the status of your assets and liabilities. Okay, over the year or over a business year as well. Okay, this is the assets and balance liabilities that you have. Profit and loss, or you can say income statement. This gives your revenue expenses and revenue, and that is also the revenue capital as well. So over assets, liabilities, and capital. Profit and loss give you the expense and revenue. Okay, and then you will calculate the profit and loss based on these expenses. If expenses are high, revenue is less, then you will have the loss. If revenue is more than the expenses, then we can say that we have a profitable business. And similarly, we have a trial balance. Trial balance also called a mini balance sheet. So before going every month, you are verifying that all your accounts are balanced and you are on a right track. Your accounting treatments are as per the accounting standards. What is the accounting standard? We will discuss. So this is the trial balance that we have. Then cash statement that will give you the picture of cash inflow and cash outflow. So in these four statements, in the financial statements, we have we have a clear picture that how the business is dealing their accounts and how they are treating their different transactions. Different transactions means daily basis transactions or any specific transactions, purchasing, payments, sales, and then sale receipts, discount, or any transaction that you get that give you the picture. Okay, so whenever you go for the implementation, then you ask these financial statements from your client that please share your latest balance sheets, profit and loss, trial balance, and cash statement. So if there is a first time implementation, you have to design their financial structure. So this play a vital role. These four statements play a vital role that how they currently working their financial, dealing their financial. So this is there. And then once it will be, you view that balance sheet, I will show in a while as well. Then they maintain the financial structure. Now, if I go back to the financial structure, so these picture give me the profit and loss, balance sheet give me the assets, liabilities, and capital. Profit and loss, minimum statement, cash inflow and outflow as well. So on the basis of that, we say that we can build up their financial structure. So financial structure, if normally there are 4 C's. We consider the 4 C's. And anyone who can describe these 4 C's or heard about it. If you work in the Oracle, we very commonly use these 4 C's. So first and foremost is that you said the charts of account. Yes, that is the charts of account. What is charts of account? We will discuss in a while. Then the second C is our. Then third C is our calendar, not the company code. Company code is something that is having the charts of account. And the fourth one is that is called convention. So these are the 4 C's normally on Oracle, but we can use in any ERP. Either it is SAP, either it is Oracle, either it is Workday. Okay. So every ERP system might name these 4 C's in a different way, but that been used in any ERP to have a good picture we call that 4Cs, and that 4Cs remind us every time. So for example, Workday may have named these charts of account a different way. Workday have named calendar a different way, but that is calendar already. Or Workday may use the convention in a different way. What is the convention? That we will discuss. But that every ERP system may given a separate name, but close to this that. In Oracle, we name this thing this way. So we will discuss with Workday aspects as well. But to remember any financial structure, when you go through these statements, remember these 4Cs. That is very important for the financials implementation perspective. So if I want to check the charts of account, then the charts of account having all the statements, having the account details that link with the charts of account. Currency, that is every statement that you are looking for their amount, you will calculate those on the basis of currency. Calendar, that you are looking for every statement specific with the period, meaning that some daily basis, some monthly basis, some yearly basis from statement you. So we were discussing charts of account. So can you say something about charts of account? What is charts of account? Charts of account is you can see you name the accounts. For example, we have accounts in balance sheet. We have assets and liabilities. Now, in assets and liabilities, we have assets. We may have, vehicle. We have it. Okay, we have vehicles. We have plant. We have cash. So everything that we are using, that we basically assign certain codes to those accounts. Like for example, if we talk about vehicle, then we say that vehicle number or code is something like 4212. Okay. Plant is there, then we say that that is 4317. Okay. And then if we say that cash is 1000. So if I say that 1212 and 1317, that is a forward. Okay. Now, why we are basically giving the code? Because there are, if I say that we have how many vehicles we have in our company, that we have 20 vehicles. Now these 20 vehicles, what is their value? So we say that that value is something $500,000. Now if I think about it, that okay, tell me, if I ask you that is there how many vehicles you have, you will say that the vehicle is value is $500,000. But every time you didn't call the vehicles in these statements, you say that we under the account of 1212 we have $500,000. 1212 is representing the vehicles in these statements. So normally in the statements we use codes. So that's why we prepare a chart having the accounts name and their coding. That's why we call them a charts of account having this picture. Okay. So basically we are assigning the code to represent our account in a way that we may understand that if we talk about one, here you can see that I use one at the start, meaning that that is related with assets. So if I take this 2501, then if it start with 2, then we will say that it is a liability account. So that might be related with liability. So whenever you see that statement, balance sheet, if this is already implemented and they have a proper charts of account structure, that will quickly represent that there is some liabilities account. Liability means AP account payable. And we say that similarly, we have revenue, expense, and sorry, capital. Not. Then we have revenue. Okay. Every charts of account has these information. Now, if I ask you that, can you tell me that what are the accounting pillars or accounting type that we have it in a charts of account? So the accounting type are your there are 5 types account type. One is assets, second is liabilities, third is capital revenue. Then we have expense. These called account type. So every statement consists of these account type, and every charts of account represents these account type. These account type further divided into, if I take up this thing on a downward, further accounts. Let's discuss this area. We have assets, that is a one account type, and assets has further 2 types. Can you tell me what is a that is fixed asset? Let me explain, no problem. Fixed assets and okay, current assets first. Current assets, other one is fixed assets. How many liability types? Capital. We say that we have a capital that might be your simple capital or shared capital. Depends on the nature of the company. Either it is a company or a partnership or a sole proprietorship. What is the nature of your business? That is depends. So capital may be share capital or simple capital. Then revenue. So there are revenue are, we have different type of revenue like sales, like interest income. So that is our revenue. Expenses. How many nature of expenses we have? We have majorly 2 types of expenses. One is called administrative expenses. Other one is called operational expenses. Now, why I this segregated? Because that will help to build up my charts of account. Now, if I see that, for example, that we have assets, 2 types of asset, current assets, fixed assets. So under current asset, we have a further segregation. Current assets, we may have, first of all, cash, we have bank, okay, and then we have account receivables, AR. If I talk about the fixed assets, so under fixed assets, we have plant, vehicle, we have bank, no, that vehicles, plant, furniture, and fixture. These are commonly used that we have fixed asset that we have it. And then long-term liabilities. Long-term liabilities, we have bank loan. Short-term liabilities, bank loan, we have it. We have short-term liabilities, we have accounts payables, interest. Okay, and these are those, and these are there, and there's other some of them that I'm mentioning here. Let's if I take up to the accounts here, and if I search any bank balance sheet, that will be give a good picture. So if I open up any balance sheet, that's give me the picture. What are the accounts that has been used? So this is a charts of account income statement and balance sheet. And yeah, these are the account titles. We will discuss our equity revenue. Yeah, this is the balance sheet we have. Yeah. So we have current assets, cash, short-term investment, account receivable, other receivable, inventory, supplies, prepaid expenses. These are very common current assets, then investments. And below that, we have fixed assets. Fixed assets are land, building, equipment, intangible assets. Okay, the under fixed asset, we have intangible asset, goodwill. There are 2 major assets as well, that is tangible and intangible. So I hope you guys have idea about tangible assets and intangible. So tomorrow you will explain the intangible, both what is the difference between tangible and intangible assets. Okay, we will discuss once again so that you Google it, read about this tangible and intangible. What is the difference between that? Then in the liability part, we have current liabilities and we have long-term liabilities. Current, normally short-term liabilities, we name it. Then short-term loans, accounts payables, accrued compensation, other accrued liabilities, deferred revenue. We will discuss this deferred revenue in our revenue section. What is a deferred revenue? And accounts payable in our accounts payable section. What is accrued? That is we will discuss as well. The long-term notes payable, bonds payable, deferred income. These are our liabilities, and this is our capital area. Common stock, share capital, retained earning. What is a retained earning? We will discuss. treasury stock, total stockholders equity. So capital or equity, we name alternatively, both are the same words, equity of the capital. Okay. So this is what we have it. This is our bank balance sheet. Now this is our balance sheet, and if I talk about the income statement, then this is my income statement. In income statement at the top, we normally take up the sales, that is the revenue part. When the sales deducted we deduct the cost of sales, then we have the gross profit. After that, all the expenses are taken care of, the administrative and operating both. So here you can say top one is the administrative expense, and then we have operating income, interest income, loss of the sales of equipment, income for taxes. So these are the very short income statement. Normally that the chunks are very high. This is summarized income statement we have it. So this statement give me the picture of revenue and expenses. So we say that we have this area and we have this area. Now the sales, interest, administrative expenses, we have electricity bill. Let's name it here. Sorry, much in here. And then we have salaries, operational expenses. We can say that for our that expenses that is utilized for our operating purpose. Operation purpose means that manufacturing goods, delivery, something. Okay, rent, and we can say that the rent is there. We have utilities bill is there. This is our chart of assets. So if I say that, so this is your assignment that we will discuss tomorrow. So when we have the charts of account, then assets, we assign some codes, as I said earlier. So the coding structure should be smart enough that when we discuss the charts of account and we name it in our ERP system or in Workday financial structure, the code represents the account at which code is referred to which area. So if I say that the accounts will be in the assets will be our from 1000 to 199, meaning that all the accounts that is being used with 1000, that will be our assets. Similarly, the 2000 till 2999 will be our liabilities account. Capital, we will say that will be 3000 to 3999. So we are assigning basically codes to our charts of account. So revenue will be our 4000. And then we have 5000 to 5999. So we say that this coding range represents our charts of account or the account type. Now we can give further codes as well. So when we say that our current assets, we would say that will be 1000 to 1499, and fixed assets start from 1500 to 1999. So if I say that and take up this thing here, will be our assets. This will be our, if I take up this thing this way again, then we say that 2000 to 2599 will be, 2499 will be our liability. And then we will say that 2500, from 2500 to 2999 will be our short-term liability. So we are basically further segregating our accounts. Similarly, then if I want to assign these codes to these accounts, then would say that 1000 will be this one. 1010 will be my bank. 1030 will be our AR. If I talk about plant is 1510. Vehicle will be covered 1550, and that is 1610. This will be our accounts here. Okay, the first question, the standard. What is the standard? The standard will be the same that I am discussing right now. You basically segregate your assets at the top level, and then you will go detail level. Top level is assets, then we have current assets, then we have detail accounts. The so standard always be the same. So when you go for any financial statement give you both pictures. Your major that like I was showing earlier, you can see that in the assets, your balance sheet will show current assets, and then the second part is your this one is your fixed assets. And under that, they have mentioned there further details of accounts. So if I say that, what is my total current assets right now? There is 89K, $89,000. And what is my fixed assets? That is $337,000. So these that is maintained. This is the same with the current liabilities, with the long term liabilities. With the more you did go into detail, the more statement your will be give you a good picture to the client, to your shareholders, to your business management. Okay, that's the beauty of the charts of account, that how you build up these things in a detailed way. That is number one. And the second one, your second question, that what is the digits that we are using. 4 digits, 5 digit, this is a 4 digit, 5 digit or 6 digits. That basically used based on your number of accounts. If you are a public limited company, like you are a public limited company, your digit will be high because their charts of account structure are very detailed. So their accounts details may be coming up, the details multiple accounts coming up, their statements frequency of this accounts are very high. For example, just to give it another example, for example, accounts payable, that is related with suppliers. Now I want to maintain the suppliers details specific to each supplier have one code. So if we have 4,000 supplier, then meaning that we have 4,000 codes. So my digits should be will not cover up my 4 digits. It should be more than 4 or 5 or 6, so that we make the a consultant basically give a suggestion that your frequency of accounts are high, so your digits should be high as well. Okay, that is no thumb rule that you will use 4, 5 or 6 code. Thumb rule is that you make the analysis. If this is a first implementation, then you make the analysis that should be that your accounts in future will cover up 5 digits or 6 digits. Okay, so this is what. Now I hope that the charts of we discussed today are detailed charts of account, because this charts of account we will utilize same in our workday. So workday structure. So we have discussed one part of the charts of account today. Now this is the 1C, the 1C that we have covered. We will come back again when we design our charts of account in workday. So we will design the same structure at that moment. So the assets was one of them. If I give a block, and then liabilities, then we have capital. Similarly, the revenue, one of my company charts of account, so that you have a further good picture that how they are maintained their accounts, and that will give you the good idea about charts of account structure. I have a public limited company as well, and private limited company as well. So private limited company have very limited number of accounts they are using, so that their digits are 4, 3, 4, whereas public limiteds have 5 or 6 as well. Okay, now in the charts of account, there is we maintain segments. What is the segments? We will discuss tomorrow, and we will discuss in workday structure basically what is the segments. Now we are coming towards the second C, that is important, and the second C is that we have decided that is currency. Now, if I talk about the currency, words come in your mind that might be a dollar, that is dollar, that might be a pound, that might be INR. So the currency basically is the denomination or the represented any business or any country transactional measurement. That is the not proper definition, but a specific one, that whenever you perform any transaction, you measure into a currency. Now, what are the types of currency we have it? Types of currency. Anyone who can say about type of currencies? Anyone knows what are the types of currencies? From the business perspective, I'm asking. From the country perspective, we have a dollar represents, that is the USA currency. Pound is the UK currency, INR is Indian currency, and so on. So every country represents one currency. So that they are dealing their transaction in their specific country currency. But for the business perspective, we have two types of currencies. One is called business currency. Some name it as a functional currency as well. Some name it a base currency. All have almost the same meaning with respect of business. Business, functional, transactional, base currency. So what is the base currency? What is a transactional currency? We will discuss. Then the second type, this is the first type. So if in your business or in your financial transaction, some say that our base currency is dollar. Our business currency is dollar. Our functional currency is dollar. All the meaning have the same. The second one is the foreign currency. Foreign currency, what is the meaning of foreign currency? So if you are in the USA, your country currency is the pound. So the foreign currency is that your currency is dollar. So other than dollar will be your foreign currency. Okay. So if you try to pay your transaction in the pound in the USA, that is very difficult. In a normal, if you go into market and then you pay the pound, so very rare that they will accept your currency there. They will ask you definitely, please pay a dollar. I will not accept those currency. But for the business perspective, the foreign currency is very important because your supplier may be not your country based. So the supplier is in the UK. So whenever you purchase something, so your supplier would say that we will not accept dollar. You have to pay for our transaction as the pound. So other than business currency, that is called foreign currency. Now, how we decided that which currency that we are? So if you are in the USA and you are using a dollar, so your business currency is dollar, but that is not final, meaning that your business is basically decided that what is your functional currency. Okay, so if in your head office based in UK, and your head office said that whenever you perform any transaction in the USA, so you always consider as a pound. So within the USA, your currency, your base currency will be pound. So that is very rare, but that happens. So you're dealing your business currency, your business will decide that currency. Okay. So my company is ZaranTech. So I would say that I'm currently working in the UAE, consider that, but my business currency will be dollar. Now, other than dollar, all of the currency are foreign currency. We will discuss this topic in a very detailed way in our section that is called business transactional currency journal. Okay, where we will discuss different type of currencies. We will discuss type. We will discuss conversion rate. We will discuss anchor currency. Some jargons that I'm using, so don't worry about it. But we will discuss these things in a very easiest way so that you would understand that what is the concept between in the Workday about this topic. So we will discuss here translation. That is a part of currency as well. And we will discuss consolidation as well. That link with the currency. So that is our major topic that we will cover up the currency. So, but to understand it regarding currency, that is very important that what is our base currency and what is our foreign currencies. So other than dollar will be our foreign currency. If we working as a dollar, then we have INR, pound, we have yen, we have PKR, we have AE, AD, Australian dollar. So these are the foreign currencies. Okay. So we discussed today two C's. So our financial structure basically based on these four C's. So we have to be very careful about these C's. Then we will move on our workday structure. So the third C would be our calendar. So the type of calendar we will discuss. What is the difference between Workday, how Workday treat these calendars separately? We will discuss as well, because Workday have different same logic but different words, different jargons they are using. So we will discuss that in the Workday part as well. So any question till now regarding charts of account, regarding the currencies, regarding the financial structure and the business structure that we will discuss today. Tangible assets and intangible asset, what are the difference? Why we segregate these? Tomorrow you will explain this thing. So Google it, give 15 minutes yourself, search it, and then we will discuss this part. I'm going to prepare one more sheet. Some question I will pending for the later stage, OPEX versus CAPEX. So we will discuss this part in our, section. We will have a topic when we discuss in Workday the assets part once again. So I just write it here so that we will park this question right now. I'm not, that's a good question, but this is not the right time to discuss this one. So we will go for this point in a later stage. Is it okay? Because if I take up this question right now and if I explain you, probably you will understand, but not as detailed as when we demonstrate or we will discuss this thing in the Workday properly. So that's the reason. Okay. Don't worry about it. We will discuss. That's a good question. Normally this transaction normally this transaction will utilize commonly in the business, and I will give you the list of details as well about this capex and opex. Okay, that will basically link with the charts of account. So that is a relevant question, but I will not answer right now. So okay, in the interview perspective, if you go for the interview normally, if you are interview questions, I would ask, I would write up here as well. So normally the question that is asked, what is charts of account? Why we maintain? What is your understanding about COA? And for what is the financial structure? So if you say that you are working in an organization, so they may ask you that, can you elaborate your financial structure? How you are maintaining the transaction? So, well, we discussed today financial structure, we discussed charts of account, why we maintain it, what is our understanding, we discussed today. So can you elaborate your financial structure? So we are elaborating, we are discussing here our financial structure right now. So this is how you explain that we have a charts of account, we have an account set, these account sets maintained at this level, and we have these number of codings and these number of segments we have it. So this is how it looks like. So this interview question, I would put it here with respect of Workday as well, and generic some right now we have discussing the generic one, but we will write up this question on a daily basis so that you have idea about how what type of question they may ask or what type of question they may consider during the interview. So if you switch over your job, so these interview questions will help you out.
Hi everyone, I'm thrilled to give you a preview of ZaranTech's Expert Workday Finance Training course. In this intensive training, we'll explore Workday Finance's essential capabilities so you can optimize financial processes. Whether you're new to Workday Finance or an experienced user looking to expand your skills, this training delivers tremendous value. We'll start with the basics, configuring Workday's ledger, managing accounting transactions, and financial reporting. ZaranTech has trained hundreds of Workday Finance experts globally. Our real-world customer examples will empower you to streamline financial operations. This is an outstanding opportunity to become a certified Workday Finance expert. Visit the link below for full information on ZaranTech's intensive Workday Finance training program.
We discussed workday structure, organizational structure, people structure, business structure, financial structure, and now we are going to have workday structure. Before going to workday structure, we were discussing the charts of accounts. Now we are having currencies. We discussed in a detailed charts of account. The 5 account type: asset, liabilities, capital, revenue, expenses. Okay. Then we discussed 2 type of currencies. One is the business currency. Another one is the foreign currency. This is my company currency or business currency, and this is my other than that is the foreign currency. Then the third C, that is the calendar. So in calendar have 2 types of calendar, but in Workday we have only one. So you can that Workday calendar is very open in a sense that is flexible, that you can maintain any calendar as per your requirement. But if you talk about the concepts purpose, then there are 2 types. One is called standard calendar. Other one is called fiscal calendar. Okay, so that is what is the difference between that? Fiscal calendar, that basically or 90% companies adopt this fiscal calendar. Okay, and that basically started from 1st of July to 30th June next year. 1st of July, like 2023. If we have it, let me do this way. July 2023, and that will cover with the 30th June 2023. I put it here this way. Otherwise, I have to. So this is what normally a yearly based fiscal calendar that has been maintained. Standard calendar or the normal calendar we have it. That started from 01 Jan to 30th December. Or that maybe a seasonal business is there. Like, for example, seasonal business might be for 6 months or 8 months. That is a seasonal business. If you are doing that, then you can have it. But that way you will adopt the fiscal calendar that started your season. For example, winter is the season, and winter season we have oranges. So, or we can say that in a summer we have mangoes. Now in these 2 we have a processing unit, and that is a seasonal business that may took 6 months or 7 months. And if winter is there, then that may started from 01 somewhere November and end on 30th April. So November, December, January, February, March, April, May 30th May. So this is a 6-month period. So we define this calendar as well. So it's a calendar basically having 2 types. One is the standard, another one is fiscal, and then you maintain the calendar as per your business. Either your business is dealing monthly basis, quarterly basis, or semi-annual basis. So how you design your business, that depends. That called basically intervals. We will discuss this part in Workday that called intervals, that how to define these intervals as per my business requirement. So this is our, third C with respect of our financial structure. It's a pretty easy. I hope that you understand. Any question? Otherwise, you can ask any question. Then we have a fourth C. Okay. So fourth C is called convention, or you can call accounting convention. That is important and should be decided before starting the business, that what is your accounting convention. So any idea, anyone who can say something, this accounting convention? Okay, so these are the IFRS and the GAAP, that is general standard accounting principles. Exactly. Thank you. International Financial Reporting Standards, that is there. Basically, this is the accounting standard, not convention. Okay, these are the accounting standards, that how you want to, complete your accounting, and which standard that you will follow. So in the USA, I think GAAP is there, but accounting convention, meaning that what is the business that you are dealing normally, that we have it, there are two standards. For example, just to give an example, then you will understand properly. For example, you go to a department store and you buy a cell phone. So iPhone is, you'll buy the iPhone. Now the iPhone cost is, for example, is $100,000. That is the iPhone cost. So you select one iPhone and then you go to the shopkeeper or the department store representative and say that I want to take this iPhone, and he will ask you that, okay, you can pay $100,000. So there are two ways. One is that you have cash in your hand that you will pay directly to the representative. Then we can see that this is a cash transaction. But for example, you don't have the cash, then you will present the credit card. Okay, so you will say that I have a credit card, I cannot pay this cash. So you will say that, okay, fine, he swipe that credit card, and on your behalf, the bank pay this 100K or $100,000, and you will take this iPhone and then you go back. But that doesn't mean that you will not pay this amount to the bank, or you purchase this iPhone free of cost. No, you will pay this amount somewhere in future to the bank, so that your bank and your transaction, or sorry, your bank and yours, you have some settlement. So that transactions that have some future dated payment, commitment, and that commitment called accruals. So meaning that you are accrue something, that you will pay some amount, that is $100,000 to the bank in future. So there are always be a two transaction. One is called cash transaction, and another one is called accrual transactions. Accrual means that you are liable to pay in future sometime. Okay, so that is called accrual cash transaction and accrual transactions. So accounting conventions say that your nature of business is tech. For example, ZTech, we have a business. So as a consultant, that you will ask that, what is your accounting convention? You are dealing with cash transaction, or you are accepting credit card or accruals as well. So the 90% or 95% businesses in the world are on the accruals basis. But normally, bank transactions somewhere, majorly they are covering on the basis of cash transactions. Credit card is also there, but when bank is deposited, then they deposit the cash. So, but they deal in the credit card as well. So that you have decided that your business is a cash-based transactions, or either it is a cash-based, or either it is a accrual based. So you will decide it. Okay. Sorry. Sorry. So this is what you have to decide it in your 4C, that your nature of business based on what? Cash based or accrual based. Now, Workday support both of them, cash and accrual both. But that is predefined in the Workday that you can accept both transaction for any company whenever you define any company in the Workday. We will define and then we will see that part. So this is our 4C. I hope you understand this accounting convention and accounting standard. Now, what is the accounting standard? What is the difference between that? Accounting standard that may give you some rules in the regulations that how you book your accounting transactions, like IFRS. In IFRS, we have assets management and deferred revenue. That is an advanced concept, but we may discuss this thing, deferred revenue, in our sessions in year module. If we have some time, then I will explain this deferred revenue there. GAAP says that, for example, that you are having this accrual-based transactions. So we have some principle there. Every standard, some work on the basis of principles, like some matching principle, double entry system. So these are the standards that we are maintaining, that every transaction, whenever it will be, if you are accepting the GAAP, then every transaction should have debit and credit. So that is double entry system. Matching principle is something else. Okay. Then we have other ratio as well, ratio principles, where we analyze our business. That is come under the standard as well. Okay, I hope you got the idea. So now our financial structure is completed. Now we are moving our final structure, that is Workday structure. Now Workday, to understand the Workday structure, just to go back to the organizational structure, just keep in your mind this structure, then you will understand the Workday structure properly. So my business, I have a company where I have a group. I have a companies, regions, divisions, departments, sections, and finally the locations. So this is our requirement that we are going to implement. Sorry, we are going to implement the Workday in our organization, that is ZaranTech. This is our requirement. Now we will talk about the Workday structure. In Workday, we have, let me write up first, then we will discuss one by one. Reorganization, supervisory organization. Then we have organizations. We have company. We have regions. We have
Cost center.
We have location. Yes, and there are 2 or 3 more that we will discuss, but that is optional one. But these are the mandatory things that we have it. Okay, now first of all we will discuss this thing. Then we will go for implementation methodology, because we are going to implement this Workday. So what will be the implementation methodology that we can implement? Now, first of all, what is reorganizations? That's a very easiest answer to say no, sorry, but but I would expect you guys right now, you can say no, but onwards, when we discuss the things, I would expect you guys to say the things that we have discussed. But before that, going to this Workday structure, I just came to my mind that we have a topic. I have given you a topic about, tangible and intangible assets. So have you gone through this thing? Then we will start Workday structure. Yes, tangible, intangible assets. So tangible assets are, more or less, that is good that you guys have defined. In a simplest word, that you said that is measurable. We measure these tangible assets in a quick way, but we cannot measure intangible assets. That's true, but we can define some measurement or some valuation based on their worth. For example, if I want to purchase any business like Facebook. Now Facebook have very good goodwill right now in the market. Their market share is a good worth. They are, a profitable business. Everyone knows about good Facebook, or we can say Twitter. But when I try to purchase this assets or it's this company, then they say that we have some intangible things as well, like goodwill. Goodwill is that the data that they are maintaining, that having in a good shape, nobody can steal, nobody can have, you know, access those data, and that is a cloud base. So we have some worth other than our tangible assets. We have multiple offices over the world, but our worth is goodwill is more than our tangible assets. For example, that is $2,000 million as their current assets. He's given example, but there might be a chance that they may say that our goodwill have $3,000 million. Okay, so we are taking this money that is $5,000 million amount for this Facebook cost, but that is amortized. That is not sure, meaning that may be amortized, and that amortized means that goodwill is increasing day by day, and you are amortizing somewhere, not depreciated, because that is not physical. So that's why you are not depreciated this goodwill. But goodwill may be, some data may be steal, or some data may be snatched by some, dark web. And they said that we have a Facebook data. So we are selling this thing. Now, if this news goes into the market, then there might be a chance that your goodwill suddenly decreased from 3,000 million dollar to $1,000 million. Now your worth instead of $5,000 million is going back to, or decreases to $3,000 million. Okay, so the goodwill you cannot measure, that's true, but the goodwill that you are making playing based on your uh, you know uh, mm, expertise, you can say expertise, or the things that you are selling in the market, like iPhone. They said that they have a very secure cloud-based data, but somewhere 2 years back, there a lot of celebrity or their pictures, their personal data was circulating in the market, and that impact the iPhone credibility a lot. So this is what the tangible intangible assets are. Anyhow, that is another part of our balance sheet, that how you can do that, but there is no criteria to measure this intangible assets. We have a criteria for the tangible assets to measure those things, but not the intangible assets. Okay, so that's the difference. Yes, this is what we have. Anyhow, that's a good input from your side. Let's go back to our workday structure. So we were discussing the reorganization. At the topmost, we have a reorganization. Reorganizations, having the backlog activities goes to reorg. Yes, you are right. This is what the function is in Workday. But if I properly define, for example, if by giving an example, that, for example, you have a laptop. Okay, you have a laptop, and in your laptop, you have a two drives, C and D. Now in the D drive, you have two folders. One is your official folder, and one is your personal folder. Now your office goes to some trip, and then where you take some picture, and then you save those picture into your laptop.
So that was official trip. On the next day, you have a birthday party. You take there's picture there, snaps there, and then you will save there as well. So now this official folder, this is the folder, okay? So in the official folder, you will never keep your stuff on your official folder. Okay. So you always keep the folder separately with your office trip or your personal things. Okay. Now, if someone asks you that we have a trip last week, an official trip, so can you share those pictures? So what you will do, you open your laptop, you go to the D drive, then you will go to the official folder, and then the picture that is there that you will share with them or with your colleague. You will never share with them your personal things. Similarly, when you have a next trip, then again you will go to the same folder. Like this folder, we have the reorganizations. So in the Workday structure, when we have a multiple data, so what we will do, this is something like a folder within that structure we have it. For example, we have two different companies or two different groups. One is the ZaranTech and one is the energy power. So if I ask you to share with me the ZaranTech financial statements, so what you will do, you open the Workday application, you go to the ZaranTech folder, and then you will take the balance sheet of that area or your company of ZaranTech. But you will never share with this energy power because the requirement is balance sheet. But if they required that we need a trial balance of energy power, then you will go for this folder. And or if your management said we are going to creating another company or another cost centers, so please create it in ZaranTech. So you will never go to the energy power and create it there. So all the activities is being controlled in the Workday structure is just like a folder that we did maintain as a name of reorganizations. So whenever we define this thing, so system will ask you, give us the reorganization. We define a company, they ask you reorganization. We define a supervised reorganization, they ask you reorganization. We define a cost center, they ask you the same. So reorganization is mandatory in a sense that so that your data should be not linked with the other reorganizations, but you can view it later stages or you can access it later on. Okay, so this is what the reorganization concept. So that you said that backlog, yes, backlog is maintaining this folder. We name it a folder like ZaranTech. Activity, yes, that is whatever the activity will perform, that will directly goes into this ZaranTech reorganization. Okay, goes to reorganization, yes, that every organization activity goes to reorganization. So the reorganization goes at the top level. Okay, that is what reorganization is. I hope you got the idea. Now, the supervisory organization. Supervisory organization. What is supervisory organization? Supervisory organizations comes under the reorganizations. And the supervisory organizations named with that, in the financials, we created at least one supervisory organization. We can maintain more than one, but one is mandatory. But because that for our company that we are building, we need these all peoples, like we discussed in the people structures, to be act on certain financial transactions. So we need these peoples there. So if the HCM is not installed, or you're not taking the HCM solution, but Workday give you some privileges that you can create these people so that they can work their respective domains or the respective organization structure area properly. So that supervisory organization, yes, you're right, is the people hierarchy that you did maintain, you can maintain in the system. So this is what supervisory organization. This is more relevant to the HCM part. This is more relevant to the Workday overall structure part. Now, this is supervisory organizations. You're all right. You're correct. That is there. Now, comes the organizations. What is the organization? What is the organization? In Workday, the organizations and have very flexible meaning. Workday called a company an organizations. Workday called region as an organizations. Consultant is an organizations. Why is it so? They never emphasize that organization means a company. That is all the within comes under the Workday organizations. If I open up the Workday right now, okay, so we'll discuss the rest of the area, but shows you first the organization, then we will move organization type. This is the report that we have it. We will discuss this architect in a later stage just to show you the first the organization. Then that would be to have a good idea about this, not this organization. Maintain organization types. Yes. Okay, we have a task here, maintain organization type. And if I go for the costing, then these are the all relevant with the financials. Still here, the regions. And we have fund, program, grant, project, appropriation, allocation pool. These are related with financials. Okay. So we have a company, cost centers, locations, and regions. These are the top one that we have written because that is related with financials. Other also with the financial, but these one we will deal with in our structure that we have highlighted. So company, cost centers, locations, regions. These are the four that we have it. This is costing related finance. HR, we have supervisory organization, retiree, and work team. Payroll, under payroll tab, we have pay group, payroll company. We have a custom organization as well. We will discuss this one as well. What is the meaning of custom organizations? Then every organization have some hierarchy. Why we maintain this hierarchy, we will discuss in a while. So it is what I am showing you right now. This is what company. But the question is that why Workday put up these things under organization, under one costing and under one organizations. The company under the same cost center parallel to that, location and regions. So the reason is that because Workday is not bound for one company. Workday is offered this solution for all the companies over the world so that they can adopt this organization as per their business needs. So meaning that, for example, for my structure, where we have a regions, we have a company. This is the organizations. This is the organization. And we can take up this organization as well, or division as well. So for example, one in a company where they have all of these 4 or 5 companies, but some don't have the regions. So they will not take this organization as an organization. Some don't have the sections. So these 3 cover up the organizations. But some companies not have the divisions, not have the sections, only have company, regions, and department. So these organizations cover up all. So the organization is flexible enough that you can fit in any organizational structure or any company in the world where they are required to. So the Workday didn't bound that if you don't have the organization region, if you don't have the region, you cannot use it. No, they said that we take up all of the things as organizations, you can fit in as per your business requirement. So these organizations is having a flexible so that we can adopt. So these are the further type within that organizations, company, region, cost center, locations. For financial perspective, company is mandatory, cost center is mandatory, and locations is mandatory. You can design it. Region is optional as well. You can define if you're required to. If you don't want to, then you don't need to. And if any organizations If they don't have any, for example, any structure that is not there, but Workday didn't offer and cannot come under this type, not under this type, then you can use this custom organization type. You can build up your custom organization. So we will see that this thing first, and we will go back to the custom as well and create one organization as per our business requirement. So this is our future activity, but we will do that. To understand that, for example, now we have our company, organization, we have cost centers, we have location. Now we can fit in these organizations as per my business requirement. For example, if I create one column here, now I would fit in the this will take Workday structure. So we say that group is there. So group is something as the Workday offers. Yes, group is offered by the Workday, and they name it as a hierarchy. We say that company hierarchy. What is the meaning of company hierarchy? That, for example, you have a company, we have multiple companies, and you want to have a reporting that all the company give you a overall profit, then you can have a company hierarchy that give you the reporting purpose. So the hierarchy always be maintained as a reporting purpose only, not other than that. You cannot maintain or enter the transactions over hierarchy. So if I add up here, so we have a reorganization, that is the Workday requirement that we will build up one folder for us, for my company, that is ZaranTech. Company name is ZaranTech USA, ZaranTech UK. If there is any two different folder you want to maintain, then you have to create two reorganizations. But that two reorganization, you cannot take a consolidated reporting. So for consolidated reporting for two companies, you need to have one reorganization only. That is the drawback, or you can say limitations we have it. So we have one reorganization, we have one supervisory organization. Now the supervisory organization is required because we need to maintain this people structure. That is the requirement. Okay. So this is what we have it, the supervisory organization. Now we have covered the reorganization and supervisory organization, that is batch. Now we will move on to the group level, and we said that that is company hierarchy that we have it. Now in this company hierarchy, as I said earlier, that we can take up as a reports. Now we can build up our companies, and that we can build up at the company level. That is USA and UK. So we have a company here. So the company is equal to company. Regions, we have an organization called regions. So that is matched. Divisions, if there is any divisions that is there, otherwise we can build up a custom organization. Department, in Workday we have cost center. And then section, if you have it, then we have, we have multiple departments, so we can build up custom or cost center hierarchy as well to have the reporting. Okay, to have certain control as well that we can maintain, that we will discuss those controls. Sections, for example, that, okay, fine, we don't need to have section, all the control under the cost center, so we will not maintain this thing. Locations and warehouses, you maintain the location. We have an option here, locations as well. So here that we have seen in the company, cost centers, locations, and regions, we have it. Okay. Now there are two things in the Workday. Two things are there. One is called, if we talk about the standards, standard means that Workday have defined it, that they call it delivered. the word delivered. Delivered mean that Workday have delivered it. If there is any thing that is available that is delivered, organizations are delivered, fields are there. If that is not delivered, then we have a custom organizations like we are using. So we have mapped our Workday structure with our organizational structure and people structure that is combined now. Any question on this structure perspective? Because we have spent a good ample time over this structure. Yeah, people structure matters in a sense because, for example, you created one invoice, okay? You are working in this company. Just first of all, I will give you an example and then answer your question, okay? Why, how it is mattered. For example, you are working in a department, okay, and you purchase a certain, you are a ZaranTech company, so you purchase certain laptops or certain vehicles. Now that cost is very high, okay. So that cost is high and costing impacts your business transactions. Cost, cash outflow and cash inflow matters a lot. So that if you purchase something, so cash outflow is there. So if this amount is more than you designed that thing, that if amount is $1,000, more than $1,000, so you need approval from CEO. So you are working as a financial expert in the department, but you need approval from CEO, who is the company owner. You can say a company head. So you need three different approvals. One is divisional head, second is regional head, then you have a company CEO. So now here we need a 3 persons, Lewis, Sarah, and finally John. So you need a people structure there. Now the question is there, you are using the financial, you are not interested in HCM. So why you need to have it? Because if we don't have it, then how we can route this information to these 3 respective persons? So that's why I said you earlier, we need one supervisory organization where we build up these roles and the people there and the users. 3 things: roles, peoples, and users. Now, peoples and the users, 2 different things. Users, a person who used to enter the transactions. Peoples are the person who are the approving authority. So you are needing, you basically assign specified role to the peoples, to the users, so they can control it. We will come back this in the security area to discuss these things. Roles, peoples, and users, how we segregate, how Workday controls these things. So to answer your question now,
Yes.
we need one organization, supervisory organization, to control all of these peoples so that our financial transactions should not be stuck somewhere, and that may be hampered. If that is stuck, that may be hampered our business transaction or business flows. So we need one supervisory organization that helps to generate or that helps to create these kind of areas so that we can process our transaction easily. So this is what that we built up our structure. Okay. Now one thing that we have discussed organizational structure and Workday structure. Now, as a consultant or Workday expert, okay, so I'm deleting this thing, not this thing right now. I'm taking this. We have to discuss this implementation methodology. Now we are ready to proceed our implementation. So as a consultant, you understand all of the structure that we discuss: org structure, people structure, financial structure, and Workday structure. You know all of the things now. Now, as a consultant, when you come or go into any organization, your first 3 things are there that we discuss in a detailed way. Now you have these things. Now you have the contract to implement this Workday. So we need to understand that what is implementation methodology for Workday. Workday, implement Workday methodology. What are the different documents that you need to have or you need to prepare before, designing anything over the Workday application? So we have opened the Workday application today to discuss the structure. Tomorrow, what we will do, we will discuss the implementation methodology next. Then we will move on to the system design or system implementation. That is our next step. Then I will share with you this sheet to the ZaranTech team member, and he will email you this sheet as well so that you have a good picture about what we discussed. Okay. Implementation methodology is to give you the idea that what are the phases of implementation methodology that we will discuss. You can Google it, these phases, to understand the concepts. What are the phases? What are the steps of this methodology? And then we will discuss each step detail one by one. And what are the documentation are there that has been required? What in the documentation we will discuss two part. One is the process flows. I will give you some websites how to build up those process. There are different type of process flows are there, and that websites trial version are free of course, so you can build up a couple of processes easily. And then we have solution design document. Nowadays I am preparing one solution design document. I will try to show you something there, that how the solution design document is look like. I hope you guys have gone through, but if not, then no problem. I will show you that how the Workday solution design is works. Okay, that is open, but some Workday terminologies that how we can utilize some Workday concepts that is in there, how to use those words, that we will discuss in our documentation part. So tomorrow topics will be phases, steps, and documentation. And then once that has been ready, our structure is ready, our implementations phases are ready, then we will move to setup part. Okay, this is our next part. If this one is there, let me highlight. So this one is there, and we discuss this thing. So tomorrow we will discuss this area, then we will move to the setup. Setups again cover up the what are the core setups that is there. Okay, in setups, just to give you the idea well before time so that you have there, we will discuss architect first, and after architect, that is Workday architect. Okay, mind it, Workday architect first, that how it will be, and then we will discuss the tasks there. It is very difficult to tasks are very open area, so we will write up the task one by one so that you have a step-by-step idea that how it will be. Okay, so this is our onward plan to move ahead.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which Workday payment type generates a payment in the form of a check? Options are ACH, option B, wire, option C, paper check, option D, credit card. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hi everyone, I'm thrilled to give you a preview of ZaranTech's Expert Workday Finance Training course. In this intensive training, we'll explore Workday Finance's essential capabilities so you can optimize financial processes. Whether you're new to Workday Finance or an experienced user looking to expand your skills, this training delivers tremendous value. We'll start with the basics, configuring Workday's ledger, managing accounting transactions, and financial reporting. ZaranTech has trained hundreds of Workday Finance experts globally. Our real-world customer examples will empower you to streamline financial operations. This is an outstanding opportunity to become a certified Workday Finance expert. Visit the link below for full information on ZaranTech's intensive Workday Finance training program.
Okay, so we are now going to discuss the implementation methodology. So what is the implementation methodology? That if we go for Workday methodology, that is Workday offering, that one that you have explained, rapid one. The second one, I call it a standard. And the third one is I called the long term, the long range, you can say. In all of these methodologies that Workday offered, they adopt the same, implementation steps that you have it in a broader way. That you are right, that that the plan is there. The first and foremost part, that how you want it to have it. Then you have execution, and then you have testing, and then finally deployment. This is the procedure that first of all you plan it, execute it, testing, and deployment. And then it further divided into stages, or you can say phases. Okay. Now, if we say that, what are the stages and phases? So we have to, move towards backward. That what are our key steps? So if we say that this methodology requires a defined plan to ensure the project is completed on time, within the budget, and that meets the expected quality standards. This is the methodology objective is. And that planning that you have it, that first of all you will design those things in a proper stage or phases. Then those stages or phases you will execute it one by one, and then further you will test it. What are the testing that we will discuss in a while, and then finally you will deploy it. So in the plan, that is the first step that we have in the methodology. It involves basically analyzing the project requirements, and that requirement, that how to achieve those requirement, so that the desired outcome that you are looking for, that you will plan it within this phase. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And this plan basically includes timelines, budgets, resources that would be needed to complete this project, and it also will track into what is the progress of our project. Either it is completed, either we are fall behind. What are the progress have been there? The project is critical stage, or is there any bottleneck or showstopper within that stages? Then you will discuss in the plan, and then you will initially plan those. For example, the 1 year project, that is a long range project, or if it is a rapid one. So if we are not, meet up this plan, then we have to identify the root cause, and then we have to redesign our plan. That is very, very, bad stages for any project. So whatever the plan it is, that you have to stick on it, and then you have to deploy these things or execute it in a proper way, so that the deployment should be on a proper time. So this is the plan activity. And then execution part. So if I say that the plan is there, for example, the first phase that are normally in any ERP that we have it, either it is a Workday, either it is a SAP, Oracle, or whatever it is, that is, first of all, that is SOW. SOW is statement of work. In other words, we say it as is. And this is the first and foremost phase that we have it. SOW after planning. Plan is that, for example, they will plan it that from the 01 Feb to 28 Feb, we will, kick off our project. If I can show you one plan. Okay, so this is the sample approach slide, something that how the roadmap it will be, how to we would get up there. The point that I want to show here, this is a detail level plan. Yeah, this one is there. The big bang deployment, the single phase that has been there. So what is their PMO? That is this one is there. Big bang deployment side phase timeline, multi-phase. So this one is the multiple phases are there. So that is, you can see that how you plan it. This is 2023 to 2024. Global functional design and build. We'll discuss in a while. Detailed functional design, design validation, cutover, production support, built-in phases, end-to-end design validation, cutover, and then hypercare has been there. So these are the plan that you basically design as per your business requirement. Okay. So if I go back, so first plan that you will kick off, then what will be the next phase? So you will design it that what will be the second solution design. We have it. But the first and foremost part after kickoff, that is SOW, the statement of work. Some name it as the business requirement, or some name it as is. As is means that where you identify okay, so the first and foremost is as a statement of works. For example, you identify you are going to implement financial Workday financials. So you identify that in as is, how many business process you have it. Business process flows you have it. What are their narratives or descriptions? Okay, so that basically before going to implement, you identify all the business process. Business process means that, for example, I have a business process P2P, procure to pay. Now, how many business processes that exist, different type of that department will, elaborate it, the relevant business department. So if my company is ZaranTech, and in a ZaranTech, I will ask the POCs that I need to, what is the procure to pay process? So they will explain you what they are currently procure to pay process, how they are creating the requisitions, from requisitions, how they are creating items, how they are creating their suppliers, and then on the basis of requisition, they are creating POs. This is all to have the business process flow. Now, the business process flows are two types. One is that, pictorial. Second one is that narrative one. Pictorial means that from which department, from one department to another department, or if there is any integration, how it will work. So, for example, if I Google it, so this is how the diagrams mostly look like. Yeah, procure to pay cycle requirement, then request for quotation. These are the flows that you design as per their department. And these flows are basically your as-is flows. So you will create a proper as-is document or SOW document, and in which you mention all the business process flow. For example, you identify there are 5 processes. So you have 5 processes based on your department, like finance department. You have IT, sales and marketing, and you have HR. So every department needs item or needs goods. For example, they need laptops. So how they create their acquisitions? What are their each department approval procedures? Finance have 3 levels of approvals. IT have 2 levels. Okay. There is 1 level. They have 5 levels. Meaning levels means 3 levels means that there might be a CEO, director, and manager who approve it. Here they have director or managers. Here only they need a director approvals. There is no manager in sales department. Okay, marketing they have 5 levels. HR similarly have 4 levels. So these are the basically levels that have been identified each and every steps, each and every area, so that you can design those things in a second phase that's called solution design. In other words, that called a 2B process. 2B process that how it will look like in Workday. So that is called 2B process. We will come towards that, but before that SOW document that should be signed off. Sign off means that both parties, the client and the implementer, Workday. Client is ZaranTech, where we are going to implement it. So both agree that this is our requirement. These are the number of processes that we need to have it. These are the financial terms that we need to have it. Then we will move on. This business process plus their description plus one more point, that is financial reports. How many reports they have it? Number one. What are the business process they have? So this whole statement of work should be signed off within the specified timeline that has been designed in the plan or the project plan activity. So the first most part is project planning, project plan. When we are going to start, that is, we are going to start it 1st of Feb, and we have to complete 20th Feb, and 20th Feb means that we are gonna sign off as well. If it is not signed off properly, then we cannot move to solution design. Sometime before solution design, the client is not very confident over Workday, so they may ask a pilot run. What is the pilot run? Anyone? That is, sometimes they may ask after solution design, or sometimes they may ask within the statement of work phase or as is phase. So this is something a demo. Demo means that you are not going to present each and every flows. For example, during the statement of works, client identify these are processes and they are curious their finance processes. So we say that yes, these all processes been covered within the system, but they are curious that either they are not. So they may ask, can you give us some demo so that we have to build some confidence over this application, that how it look like. So that is the pilot run. So that phase come maybe before SOW, or that may comes after solution design as well. So this phase is, randomly used on the basis of requirement. That is not mandatory, but on or need basis, you just, a client may ask you that we need a demo. But that demo, it doesn't mean that we will give a walkthrough over all the system processes, all Workday processes. No, all Workday processes. No, we will not do that. We identify that which area of demo they are looking for. For example, they are looking for recurring journal demo. For example, they are looking for a demo or, their financial statements. So for you borrow some time, take their requirement in the SOW document and then prepare a demo as per their need. But that demo will be on a dummy data, not on a real data. Because you don't have any their data, you know some processes, you know some, then you perform those functionality over the workday. So that is on need basis, you design it and present it to the client. So that is called pilot run. To build a confidence for to the client that you run it on need basis. Now the second phase comes up after successful completion of SOW or as a phase, that is solution design. Now again, the timeline is very critical for this one as well, that you decided that on a 1st of March we will start, and on a 15th of March we will conclude it. So solution design have two phases here in between, meaning that you will document all the processes that has been identified in the as is process. Like there are 10 processes that you identify. So the 10 process solution design you will present to them. That there are two ways to present it. Number one is the solution design document. You will prepare and match each and every activity from SOW document. Okay, so they are in SOW document or as is, they identify 10 processes, and in solution design document you said that we will cover up 9 processes instead of 10. So now you have to give the reason that why these 10 processes are not being covered up within the system. So the one that has been there, that is called gap. Gap means that this functionality is not available within the workday right now, but that is workday may commit that up within the next year. Like for example, that you need in financial, you can say that is possible. Okay, you need sorry, you identify a process like catalog segregation, item catalog. Basically, we will discuss what is a catalog and what is non-catalog in our P2P process. Item catalog segregation. Now this one is our business requirement. That is real time I'm asking you. So in the initial stage, that we need a segregation within the catalog item that they have designed in the segment wise. But there is a requirement that we don't need to have a segment. We want to segregation based on the business processes. Okay. Now this one is a unique requirement from the business. Business process means that, for example, they are going to purchase one item, and now they have this is a catalog item. They are maintained, but they are suddenly the price change. So instead of they are defining the new item with a new price, a new contract, they said that we want to switch over within the same time, within the day, so that our business process should not be stuck somewhere. So this was the unique requirement that was not covered up from Workday. I'm not going into detail what was the requirement, but give you the hint. If something is not match up within these two phases, then we will take up this thing into a gap. So that called a gap phase, where we identify which process, which step is not available in the Workday in a current solution, but that will be available in future if Workday committed, or if not, then they may say that this is our gap identification. So this gap is basically as minimum as it should be, because if the gap is more, then the client confidence may be, a bit shaky. They are not, interested, or they are not inclined towards this Workday solution. So the 1 or 2 areas is okay. But if it is a 10 by 10 process identify and 10 are the solution design, that is the ideal situation. There is a zero gap. So the client will be happy that all the processes has been covered within the Workday solution. So that is called solution design and gap analysis. So the both document, the solution design document and the solution design document and the gap document, if that is identified, though both should be signed off as well. Sign off means both should be agreed by both party again. Okay. So this should be identified and agreed by all of them that they are covering this thing within that time frame. And they are agreed that this process will be delivered. So this is called a solution design document and solution design phase, and the gap phase is there. Now comes up the fourth phase. And that phase is our so this one we start off with the plan. Now we have execution. Execution is there, design phase and the gap phase. Now the testing phase is start off. Okay. So there are multiple type of testing, but the most common one are one, that SIT and UAT. I hope you guys have idea what SIT stands for. Okay, system integration testing. And that testing is different from UAT. UAT is user acceptance testing. Now in those both phases, you have to perform those testing. But okay, one thing I missed it that I need to elaborate, that is the tenant. That important one. But now we will discuss this type of tenant in tomorrow's session in a detailed way. I will fit in these areas. So in SIT, we are starting our system integration testing, and that who will perform this testing. So these testing basically performed by your internal team. Internal team means Workday team, and along with that, you will perform this internal testing. Okay. Basically, whatever the processes that has been identified in SOW phases, you will design those phases in the tenant, and that tenant is P1 tenant or P0 tenant, that depends on which one is available. So that tenant is basically that you will utilize, and then configuration will be performed, and you will perform all the 10 processes, SOW or as is processes in this SIT. For example, they identify the processes are manual journal creation, accrual journals, evaluation journals, translations, okay, accounting impacts in as per intercompany accounts, eliminations method or rules. So for example, these are the number of processes identify, few of them. Now you will on the behalf of as is, or you will perform each and every testing in SIT phase over this tenant. Okay, this tenant, so that you will verify that each and process will give you the exact result what they are expecting in the as is process in their statement of work area. If it is some bugs has been identified, bugs or issues or challenges. Okay, that is a separate tool where you maintain these one, that is called some SharePoint. In the market, we have multiple Jira. These are the multiple tools that has been used to log the tickets and execution of this as is process in SIT phase. where you log the tickets. Like for example, we have facing two errors. We have accrual journal is created, but their error is that wrong accounts showing in journal creation. Now there are different type of journals that we will discuss in our financial area, that how many types of journal that has been there. Revaluation journals are wrong exchange rates. For example, this one is there. So this has been identified. Once that these challenges been identified, they are, for example, they identify 5 bugs. So you have to fix those 5 bugs with their proper history in this tools, SharePoint or Jira. And once it will be finalized that all this process has been verified that are working as per their expectation, so your SIT is successful. So there are two type of SIT, just to give you the idea, but that is a mutually agreement as per their plan, project plan. One is called internal SIT and another one is called joint SIT. Sometimes the client is not confident enough, so they said that we will have this joint SIT. Joint SIT means that you will perform all of these processes in front of with the support of the client, where they view the results and discuss those points. So that called joint SIT. But 90% SIT performed by your internal team or the Workday team, and they will give a go at that. Yes, that is the results are as per your as is or the business process. Sometime approval is not working. Approvals, wrong approval chain. So you basically fix all of these things. And parallel to that, another tenant is maintained for the UAT, that is P2. Tomorrow I will discuss each and one, every tenant as well. Gold tenant is also been there. That has also been parallel configuration is performed. That is called gold tenant. We will discuss tomorrow session. But today we will try to conclude these processes first. So once it is SIT or the joint SIT is been performed, then obviously that will sign off as well. So the sign off, basically you are having this sign off not only internal with the joint SIT, but your internal SIT as well. So every phase, I name it, then we have a sign off, so that has been completed and marked as a green. Otherwise, if it is not signed off on time, if any challenge has been there, then Workday team work on rigorously on the timeline and then give a solution within that committed timeline. So once it will be ready, then my another system that has been parallel configured, that is for user acceptance testing. So in the user acceptance testing, basically the user perform 10 processes. Might be you identify there are 10 processes, but user said that no, we are having 25 processes. So these test cases is prepared by users. They prepare it, they take up with them and then perform a user acceptance testing over a new tenant. Whereas you might be, for example, there is a journal called journal creation. We said that we have one process, but user said that we have 3 type of manual journals. So they verify all of 3 types and they say that these are the 3 test cases. So that phases maybe more test cases from SIT. UAT test cases are more than SIT, but almost the results will be the same. So they will perform these 3 test cases based on one test case. Similar for accruals. For example, they have accruals for CapEx, they have different accruals for OpEx, that is a different accruals. We will discuss this CapEx and OpEx in a later stage. So accrual will be calculated based on this one. For example, the accrual is being calculated based on suppliers. Okay, so that has been there. So approval chain, we said that there are, these levels of approvals that we have identified. But they may say that our approval chain basically based on amount base as well, amount based approvals. Now, that is very critical stage. So UAT phase. If anything that has been identified as not been configured, for example, in the UAT, they identify that we discussed these, you identify 6 approval chains. But in our system, we have 10 different type of approval chains. So you discuss that approval chain based on these uh, people's hierarchy, but we have amount-based approval chain as well. So we have 10 approvals. Now, if something big identified within the UAT and that has not been discussed in the as is, that is a very bad situation for that project. So meaning that whatever the identification should be in the as is phase, that should be completed. That should be identify all the processes, all the points. If anything missed and that has been identified in the UAT and that is, impact the timeline, that project considered to be on a risk. So all the things should be identified and discussed and sign off. If it is properly signed off and something identify afterwards in the UAT, then it is not your problem. It's a client issue that they didn't identify before sign off this in this document. So this considered to be a Bible for us. That is full and complete picture of the project exists in this as is and SOW. This is our base. So we identify these UAT phase and user perform all of these cases, and that again the cases will be recorded in the Jira where they log their bugs or log their challenges or issues, and then that issues should be performed properly. Issues should be addressed and fixed timely. So the UAT is basically started on the 1st of April, and that should be completed 15th of April. If any exception is there, then you can take more than 2 or 3 buffer days, but not more than that. As per the project plan, that should be on time. And that P2 tenant is once ready, then you will move on. UAT has been successfully completed, and that is sign off as well with all the exception. All the exception means, for example, something may be committed that in the UAT some bugs are not fixed yet. So Workday said that we will fix this thing in next 10 days. So can you give us a sign off, exceptional sign off? Okay, so that sign off basically give a exceptional that these bugs would be addressed on a production, but that is very rare situation. So client never asks to fix those bugs on the production tenant. So when you go live, the first 6 phase go live, that called deployment phase. So in that phase, basically, when you go live, in for example, your go live date is 15th, 20th of April. That on that day, the system, all the process flows that has been identified, and all the system that should be ready, up and running. And that on the first day of go live, you will perform your actual transactions on a production tenant. Okay, so tomorrow I will discuss all of the production tenant. But before go live, there is another phase that is important one, and that is depend on the client requirement. That one is the, if I say that 5.5 migration. of data migration. If there is any legacy data that you are taking, for example, you are implementing from Fox Pro, or you are implementing earlier system was some internal ERP, Peachtree. This is another small ERP, or Oracle is there. So you are basically, this is a legacy system, so you are implementing Workday Financial. So all the data from this system should be uploaded timely on a Workday Financials. So that uploading is Workday have two different tools that we have it uploading the data. There are two major tools are there. One is iLoad, we will discuss this one. Another one is EIB. We will discuss these two tools on our upcoming sessions as well in the financial setup. Or after the financial setup, we have a separate 1 or 2 sessions on EIB and iLoads as well. That data is basically verified and uploaded on a new system before go live. That should be ready on a new system. So that data migration have different other phases or step: migration strategy, migration impact analysis, migration, results that has been added up within this phase. But that is important if you are migrating from legacy to new system. So once the system is go live, then you are able to, the system is ready for you. Tomorrow we are going to start tenant, different type of tenants. That is our tomorrow agenda. Tenant type, that is important. First of all, we will discuss tenant type, and tomorrow we are moving towards our Workday application. Along with tenant, the basics plus Workday applications structure definition. So we basically spend ample time over the structure, over the Workday application. Now, sorry, not Workday application, over the structure and the project plan and project phases. Okay, there are two ways to handle it. If this additional feature is not big enough or not impact the project timeline, then that you can cover up in the before go live or in the UAT phase. Okay, that you will configure those features in the UAT phase somewhere, and then you can offer after 5 days, in the last 5 days from 10 to 15th April, that features. Before, in the first 10 days you will perform SAT internally, and then 5 days you will give the users to perform the UAT if that feature is not big enough or not impact the project timeline. But if there is a critical feature or the critical business process that has been missed and that has impacted the overall project configurations or the system configuration, and that may impact your core business processes, then that will be a very bad situation for any project. That will impact a complete business timeline. So for example, in one of my project, we completed as is in a very good way, and we agreed on, we have sign off. And when we reach on the UAT, then the user identify we miss this. There is now the user commented that there is a misunderstanding between you and us, that there is a text solution over the invoices. Now we said that you never see any text. You never identify the text processes in the SOW phase. Now you are asking text structure that should be configured as per your requirement in the UAT phase. That is impossible. They said that yes, we discussed it, but we forgot to mention it. But then we say that, okay, you forgot it. That is impact our project timeline, because the text solution is very critical. That will give us a complete session with you guys to identify the business processor and their impact, and then we can give you the solution.
And then the Workday team and our consultant team charge special, extra money to the client that they miss this thing. So they have to bear this loss. Otherwise, your project will be failure because you are not giving the end-to-end solution in the go live phase. So someone have to bear the consequences. If there is a mistake from the client, they have to bear the consequences or the cost. If there is a miss from your side, meaning that from Workday team or you as a client, then you have to bear the consequences. Because the amount that has been involved, the time and effort has been involved, that is very critical. So this is something, if it's something small, then you can adjust within that. But if something big, tax solution, this is a complete module. Tax impacts over the invoices, over the company financial statement. That is very important. So we consider as a very critical one. So we said that we are not giving you solution within the UAT. Either you have to extend your project, the timeline, or either you have to bear the cost, whatever. Okay. The first and foremost thing that you need to identify if you go into any job and Workday is already implemented and you are going as a support person, then what are the things that you need to check? And
Yes.
and what are the things that you need to check if there is a new Workday implementations? So these are the two different things.
Okay.
If is a new implementation that I did identify these areas now.
Yeah.
Okay. But if there is an already implemented and you are working as a support person, then what are the key areas that you need to be jump in or rather ask someone or manager, please elaborate these areas. You ask, you go into the system by yourself, and then you will configure those things.
Hi everyone, I'm thrilled to give you a preview of ZaranTech's Expert Workday Finance Training course. In this intensive training, we'll explore Workday Finance's essential capabilities so you can optimize financial processes. Whether you're new to Workday Finance or an experienced user looking to expand your skills, this training delivers tremendous value. We'll start with the basics, configuring Workday's ledger, managing accounting transactions, and financial reporting. ZaranTech has trained hundreds of Workday Finance experts globally. Our real-world customer examples will empower you to streamline financial operations. This is an outstanding opportunity to become a certified Workday Finance expert. Visit the link below for full information on ZaranTech's intensive Workday Finance training program.
We are going to start the Workday Architect. That is the important one. What is the Workday Architect? So the Workday Architect, that if we discussed what is the meaning of architect and how there are two types of architect in the Workday. One is I will call it that one is the technical, another one is the functional. Technical is a bit tricky because that is the area of cloud-based application. There will be a networking, and then we will discuss there the PaaS. Whereas in functional, we have within the application, what is their architect? And here we have a SaaS. Now, SaaS is a software as a service that we have discussed already that is working as like other application like Facebook or Twitter or any other application. You can access this application at any time, at any moment, wherever it's needed. So the technical, I'm not going into the detail of technical because this is a separate area. So we will not discuss it. But whereas we will discuss the functional part that within the Workday, what is their architect? Like in Oracle, like in other application, they have segregated their task into their functional areas. Like for example, if I say that we have a business process that is P2P, And in that P2P, we have multiple modules. Like we have GL, we have AP, and then we have procurement. Now, this function, modules that we have it, the Workday has divided their functional area into applications first. Application means that they say that the finance is one application. We have project billing is another application. And then we can say that the procurement is another application. Now they have designed these applications, and they then segregate into further functional area. If I talk about the financial, then we will have a general ledgers. This is the functional area of general ledger. Whereas if I discuss the supplier and the supplier account, then they name it the functional area called accounts payables. Okay. So meaning that they have defined their functional areas as per their application, so that whenever you try to configure any application, that functional area should be enabled. So for that, we have in the application, we have a report. If I go to the application now, we discuss this dashboard in a detailed way. But right now, this is the functional area. This is the functional area report. There are 109 items, and that functional area is this one. So they name it the Workday Solution Application, and they divide it into the functional area. For example, if I want to go for functional area for suppliers and accounts, then I would click over the top and then I can filter it. This is, I'm gonna filter it. So the supplier contracts, if I filter it, then they name it the core financials, grant, procurement. These are the application that supplier is being interact, the accounts payable is being interact. So this Workday applications having these two functional areas, the core financials and supplier accounts. Now, Workday has basically designed these functional areas into two parts. One is the configuration, another one is operation. Okay, so meaning that the most of the time the functional area is separated with the operations activity. Like for example, like I have to configure the GL module or AP module. So I need a payment term. I need suppliers. Or in a GL, for example, in a GL, I need to create journals. So that is the operations. Recurring journal. This is the operations. Now for this journal, we need to make a configuration, and that configuration is like just like, for example, we need to create the charts of account, COA, that we have discussed. We need to create a currency. So this is the configuration part that we need to perform. And this is the operation part. So the functional area mostly, not every time, is divided into configuration and operation. Similarly, if I go into and how I came to know that which area that in core finance we have accounts payable, supplier and supplier accounts. That is core finance. We have supplier, which functional area is related with configuration and which is not. Then that is the easiest way is that you can read up the description in this report. This is very important and interesting report to understand the architect. So in this functional area, setup, manage supplier invoices, adjustments, self-service. This is there. If I open up another filter, and for example, I would here create the or open up the accounts. That is my financial accounting and common financial management. These are related with GL modules. So if I take up this thing, that will give you. So the common financial management, we have set up companies, fiscal schedules, ledgers, books. We will discuss these things in a detailed way. Whereas financial accounting, we will create the journals, post the journal, recurring journals, allocations, revaluation, consolidation, translation. These are the all operation activity. So these functional area, if you want go to implement these things like GL module, so both should be enabled. This report gave me the idea that this is enabled here. My functional area is general ledger related with financial, common financial management, and financial management. This related with GL and this related with AP. And both comes under the application of core finance. This is my functional area. Any question till now? And both these should be enabled if you are going to implement. So first of all, you have to check that this is available and that we can implement it. Otherwise, if it is not, then the whole functional area will not be available for you. For example, your manager said that we want to implement a procurement module. Financial is already there. Procurement module is not there. So first, you will open up this report and verify here that these functional area are enabled or not. So this is available. Yes. This is the procurement area. If I open up this procurement, we will discuss these things in a detailed way, that how these links are works. So this is the descriptor, the same way that is given on the report. This is the details. Okay. Now, so first we discuss application or Workday solution. Then this is our functional area. Okay, functional guy can be technical and technical guy can be functional, because nowadays in the market that we have a person who have both knowledge. So this is not the hard and fast rule that functional area person cannot go for the technical. So technical person comes in and then verify the things and he can implement. So the most of the functional guys, yeah, should have this knowledge that these functional areas should be enabled and which functional area should work in which domain. Now, what is the every functional area that we are talking about? Like, for example, I just give an example, the charts of account, the currency, the journals, recurring journals. So if I say that the charts of account and the currencies, then we would say that we need to understand that how to create these charts of account. Okay. So there are two things for any functional area. Like, for example, for charts of account, you want to define the accounts, define the identifiers that we discussed last time. Okay, define currencies, define currency conversions. What is that? We will discuss. Define some, so whatever the activity we will perform within that functional area in Workday that called tasks. Either it is, if it is a configuration point, then that is called tasks. Okay. So we can say that functional area, go into detail, then we have a task, and that task can be your setup task or your operational task. Operational task means that create journal, create a recurring journal, find journals. So these are all things that we are talking about, or these are relevant, create suppliers. We can say that this is what this is called task in Workday. Okay. Whereas in other application, we say that this is activity. Okay. Like in Oracle, we say that in clouds, we say that this is task there. Okay. So this is what that the task is consist of. Now, against this task, once you perform it, for example, you create multiple journals. Now you want to try to find it out that how many journals has been created and what is their values, how it looks like find journal. So I want to check that how many journals has been created for my company.
Like I'm putting one company name in 2022, and here basically Jan. So this is what I'm doing. I try to find out all the journals that has been created for this time period. Basically, I'm extracting the reports. So against this task and activity, this is the create journal that we did perform. So we are basically finding, or we are basically creating, or we are basically extracting the reports of the data. So every task consists of some further reports. So in Workday, once they call it a functional area, then they call it the task and reports. They name it as domains. So they call it domains. Okay. So if I say that, what is a domain? So domain is consists of task and reports. We say that application is financial, functional area is GL or AP, and that GL and AP have certain tasks. Against those tasks, you can extract multiple reports. Functional area is another report. So we say that functional area. Okay. So the reports consist of the activity or the task that you did perform within that domain. I try to have a very simplest way, but still, if it is challenge for you, then you can discuss. Okay, now these domains and tasks that we are going to perform, like we are going to create journals. So these journals is basically anybody can come in the organization and can create the journal, or anybody can comes in or join on my organization. They can view my financial reports. Should we allow to everyone? No, that is not. We cannot allow anyone who can access our system, who can go and find our reports or access our financial data. So that we want to control these things. To control these domains or the task and reports, in Workday, we have security groups and the business process. For example, I have created a journal and journal amount is too high. The user who is the accountant or the assistant accountant who is creating that journal is $1,000, but $1,000. But suddenly he put it one extend the zero, he extend 10 and make it $10,000, and then he didn't realize, and then he submitted, and that is approved. So we want to control these kind of mistakes. So Workday give us number one, security, and then business process. To control of these kind of things, we have security, and to control of these approvals, we have business process. So every domains and task have certain security groups and the business process. Although we have a separate chapter, we will discuss these things in a detailed way in our security and the business process. Okay. So if I go back to the functional area, here you can see now, here we have a domains, and then we have a include business process. And if you go into the domains that we discuss in the procurement, let me open up the financial so that, because financial is our area. So let me add up here, common financials and financial accounting. Filter it, and then you can see that 69, more than 69 are the domains come under common financial management. These domains control having the setup reports and the activity that is or processes been there. Setup account, setup appropriate, setup company journal, setup accounting, company. We will make these setups, custom validations. These are all the setups area. Whereas on the top, we have some reports. If I go down further, 71. So these there we have a process, and then reports, manage a financial reporting. Reports, high volume reporting, beta, organizational accounting reporting, So domains contains setup and reports. Whereas for these setup reports, we have business processes. Okay. So these business processes, why we need to have it, how to build up these business processes, we will discuss in our security and business process area. And what are the business process? We have it 13 business process, accounting general or post, intercompany event, finalization event, allocation, non-countable interest groups, equity pickup events. So these are these related with advanced feature we have it. So our functional area or architect is basically consist of these parts, the four major parts: application or the solution that we have it, functional area we have it, and then domains and reports we have it, and finally security and the business process. This is what that our Workday architect is. This is Workday architect. From functional perspective, technical is separate thing, so I'm not going into the technical, but functional side we have with this one. So whenever we talk about any domains, then we will say that that is a task and reports, and that domains is basically controls the through security groups. We will discuss in the security group area to have this, and that is further divided into different tasks. Okay. Any question, then we will move on to the next topic. But we will come again. We will go again and again the task number one and the reports. Security group, we have a separate chapter or the separate topic that we will discuss in the business process. We will discuss once again how to link with this domains with my security groups. What are the different type of security groups? What is the purpose of the security groups? How maintain them? How we can maintain and update these security groups that is in there. So we will discuss this part in a later stage. But for your understanding, that is important. This just like a pyramid application, then functional area, go in detail task, and then security. Now we are going to have Workday basics, Workday fundamentals and basics. Now we will jump into the Workday application. We talked a lot about in the last 2 or 3 sessions, we discussed a lot about the concepts, different terminologies. Now we are going to implement these structures that we discussed it. So come towards the Workday basics. Now, if I go to this, click over this icon, this is the Workday dashboard. Okay. Workday dashboard means that how the Workday looks like. Whenever you access this Workday application, on top you have two, one is the URL, another one is the green bar. The green bar comes on the tenants which are not the production, but the URL give you the idea that either it's the production or not. URL may be changed as per your company requirement with the name of your company, but right now this is an implementation preview. Okay, the implementation preview, what is we discussed the number of types of tenants. This is an implementation preview tenant that I'm using right now. Then there is another bar that you are seeing on behalf of Serrano. Okay, what is the meaning of on behalf of what? In Workday, we have a concepts called proxy. Okay, proxy is the concepts where that used only number one is only on the test environment, test tenant. Number one, this is not available on the production. That is a major difference. So the proxy means that you are, act on someone's behalf. So that is called proxy in Workday. Like for example, you want to test one application and you have a very limited role, but your manager, you are the accountant, but your manager having admin roles. How to assign these admin roles? What is the roles that has been there? We will discuss in later stage. But for example, these are the roles that we have. But your manager give you the assignments that one of your business users unable to approve the journals. Okay. Now you are very curious that what error he is facing. Either you can approach him or contact him. Can you share the screen and then show it to you? Or you have the rights to approach, access that person. So instead of asking the details from the users, you use the proxy. Where you can use the proxy means that you access his user profile and then verify the error there, like I'm doing as a Teresa Serrano. My actual user is a different one, but through proxy I'm accessing the profile of Teresa. She is the full admin rights. Teresa Serrano. Proxy have a two tasks. One is called start proxy and then stop proxy. Start mean to whom or to which person that you want to access. Right now, my user is a different one. I will not disclose it right now, but my user may be Mary. But Teresa Serrano has the access. So I would say that I will use this feature as a task called start proxy. When I write up there, the task has come up, and that is, I put it the Teresa Serrano. So Logan McNall is another person. So I'm gonna access it, click OK. And now I'm working as on behalf of Logan McNall. Okay, so this is called proxy. Now I want to go back and I have a feature called stop proxy. I would say that I want to shift to the new user that is called Harissa again. Yeah, now it is coming. So here, click OK. Now I'm working as act as Teresa. Okay, in some of applications here in the Workday we have proxy. Some of application we have work as act as. That is the feature name. So meaning that both are the same. In Oracle, in Coupa we have act as. In Oracle we are basically accessing through features called roles and assignments that we have it there. We access through our privileges that we have it. So this is called proxy. Now, when I access this through on behalf of Teresa Serrano, whatever the activity I will perform, I can approve it on her behalf, but the system create a log and mention that you approve this journal on behalf of Teresa Serrano. You approve an application on behalf of Logan McNall. So system creates logs. Whatever activity you will perform on her behalf, system will maintain those. Okay. Then we will come towards, we have a menu sections. In menu, we have apps and shortcuts. For example, you are the users who come every day and then you need to access certain application every time. You don't want to find it here in this search bar. Then you can use it a menu there. We'll discuss in a while. But first of all, the search bar. Search bar is more flexible and more usable bar here right now. Flexible in a sense that you write anything here, system will give you the output as per your requirement. For example, I will here mention the rate. So all the combinations start with rate. And here the rate we have, here the last one, here the rate in between. The first 10 tasks that will be appear up here. Okay, this bar shows you both the task and reports.
So whenever you search anything like journals, the first 10 searches are there, and on each search below you can see the report, the task, report, the task, meaning that this is a task, this is a report that you can search it as per your needs. So I would select here report, so the report will come up in a very quick way. This is the beauty of Workday, that the search is very flexible and accurate, plus more speedy than other application. I have used a couple of ERP system, but this search is very flexible. And second most important thing is that in this search bar, there is no wildcard. You know what is the wildcard? In Workday, or sorry, in Oracle, we have wildcard that we use to search anything that is percentage. But in Workday, there is no wildcard. You just name it, write it, and then you can search it. All the combination. Now, for example, if I write up a currency and if I enter this thing, then instead of 10, they will shows me tasks and reports. And that if more than tasks, view all 50 tasks, all the applications, currency related tasks and reports are appeared up, and then I will view it as per my needs. So you don't need to remember anything. Normally in any ERP application like in Oracle or in the other applications, you have to remember the task and setups there. You just write up the name of the task, system give you all the possible searches here. But if you want to search any report, specific report, then you can specifically write report colon, then write up report journal. Now, it will give you the report options now. All the reports are coming now. Top. Okay. This one is there. Okay. Now, here they are using some abbreviations that will help to find your searches. If you don't know the abbreviation, then you can just place it a percentage and press enter. All the abbreviations that you can use as a prefix that you can find it. Like for example, if you want to search a business process, then you can, to search a business process, write BP colon. Like if I'm doing here, business process, BP colon, journals. So system give me all the business processes related with journals. Journal. Yeah, here you can see. This is a business process definition. Similarly, if you want to find, anything that is you are not sure, and you want to be a specific one, then you can use this abbreviations. So if you want to find a report, then you search it RPT colon and write the report name journal. Okay. So this is what the abbreviations that you can use for your search perspective. Okay. Currency, if you want to use a currency, then use a currency here. Currency colon and USD. Search it. So there is no searches there. Okay. Now there are two things more. In search is a basically combination. You can search anything, but based on your access, number one, and the combination that you have it. Combination of what? Here you have the category, like I'm doing right now, BP colon business process. Then you search it, then the category is there. The category comes on your right or left side. The three are there. Only I want to search conversion rate and enter it. Now there is no specific use, so all the categories that has been here. How now what are the categories that we have it? We can go into the more categories, or we can go here, the search bar in the menu here. There are multiple apps we have it. Now this apps is basically helpful for us to search as well. Like I want to search that is related with general ledgers management. So all the general ledgers management options that we have it here. This is basically a dashboard, general ledger dashboard. You can prepare this dashboard easily. There is no problem, but it's up to you that how you want to take up. So this is one is a dashboard that we are using. Now, if I select here, I want to have bank reconciliation statements. So this is the dashboard that they have it. So these are the pre-built dashboard. If something is not here, and if you these are the maximum 20 that is will be available, then you can add the apps here. You can add the apps plus dashboard as per your requirement. I need apps related with project. Just write up, it will give you all the options related with project. So you just add project cash basis, just click on plus. Now this app is added in your 20 logs. Go back menu. Now this is added. Now go back menu, and then you have where it is project cash basis. This is the one way to add up. Then we have a shortcuts. Shortcut the activity that you want to do it on every day. So you can create the shortcut. How to create a shortcut? We will do it in a while. But before that, so this is the apps section that we were viewing in the menu here. The same one, if I click over view apps, that is appear up the same way. Okay, so this is menu, this is the logo, and this is the search bar. Now we have here the Workday Assistance. Workday Assistance means that somewhere you are stuck, but you want to search something, then you can take a Workday Assistance. This is a tenant, test tenant, so assistant will not be there. But if you are in a production and that is linked with your with the Workday, so you can take assistance from. Again, this inbox have some notifications as well and some actions. And notification is just for your information, whereas in inbox that you can perform certain actions. We will use this inbox in our business process activity, where the notification will come in and then we will perform certain actions. These are the number of actions that has been there. Archive has been maintained within the inbox. So this is the journal that is coming, that is for the correction purpose. Event is there. What is the event we will discuss in the business process? And that event that you can perform it on the basis of information that is been available. So this is what we have inbox, and then we have a picture here. This is the profile picture. If I click over here, then this is the profile of Teresa. So you can view the profile. This profile have every person whenever create user been created, certain profile options been available as per the access. So here we have phone, emails, Teams, more profile is go to more. So we have multiple information that is related with HCM, like their personal information, the contact details, the compensation she have it, benefits, pay, performance, career. These are all the profile dashboard. This is related with HR. I'm not, going to that detail because this is the HR related. But the thing is that this is more related with profile. Then we have an action button. We will discuss this action and the related action button in a later stage. What is the meaning of that?
Why we need to have it in a while, we will discuss. So in the profile, we have home. Then we have here my account. In my account, you can change the password and you can change the preferences. Preferences only impacted on your profile, not others. So if I go to the change preferences, then we have a default locale, prefer locale, meaning that the language that we want to select, that is the US one. That is the display language, that how I want to, but I can change the language as per my local requirement. Like dash is there, Chinese, Portugal, France, Canadian, all the language, Arabians, China, that all been there. Turkey is there. But right now I'm not changing anything. But this language change only for my profile, not others. So whatever change I will make, that impact on my profile. Okay, meaning that Teresa Serena profile. Right now I'm in the Teresa profile right now. Time zones, that is my working hours. I want to change to 24 clocks. So time will be changed accordingly. I'm not changing anything right now. Then enable preferred currency preference view, that is the default currency for my profile is USD. So whatever the calculation will be made in the USD, that will be there. But is there any preferred currency, then you can add up as per your requirement. At GBP, I want to have it. So that is preferred one. Then search preferences. Now this search preferences link with this search bar. Okay, meaning that whatever searches that I want to have it, that is controlled from this category area. Classic Workday search or new Workday federated search. This is a test standard, so very this is not the detailed one, but in production you have a detailed one. That if you want to have a categorize your searches, like you are working in the asset module, so you want to search only for the assets, so you can select it from here. So this is limited with your search bar. Then you have account preferences, workflow preferences, and some email notifications area. If you want to enable your notification over your mobile push-up notifications, this is a setup there that you can set up your preferences with respect of your notification. For example, you want to receive a notification on the mobile sets, then you have to set it. Right now, all the notifications, most of them are mute. So that is in a mute states. Because this is a test tenant where in production that has been activated. Pop-up notifications that whenever you are working, that should be pop-up or not. That is there. Which email that you want to receive the notifications in your email box, that you can set in this preferences field. Like schedule distribution, time off request, time off is there, anniversaries, birthdays, general notifications, upcoming shifts. So these are coming under emails, so that you have received the email that today you have a shift that has been, have it. Then you can do it or set it as per your needs. Again, this preferences set in based on your preferences, your profile, not others. Okay. So I'm not changing anything because this is a test tenant, this will not work. So that is the preferences that you can set it based on your profile. I'm going to cancel these things, not making any changes. Discard. Then we have further profile. We have sitemap, favorites, drive, my reports. So these workbench area, that is you are working, and that is called workbench area. Inbox application, this is my workbench. Now you can see that application that is there. Deployment, alerts, reporting. We will add up this. We can add up these applications by simply click over this wheel button, and you can change the settings or your worklets. These are the worklets. You can add the worklets. based on these worklets basically comes based on the rights and the privileges that you have it. That is controlled over there. So these are worklets. For example, I'm going to add one more worklets like business processes. Click OK. Click done. Yeah, we have a business process here. You want to, discontinue this worklets or application, then you can do it very easily by again go back to this configuration application button. Some latest email comes in under the inbox. The first one is come first, and then you can go to inbox the same way that we did in this button, inbox section. Then we have it here, sitemap. Sitemap is the basically available reports and tasks that has been assigned to you based on the privileges. Again, that is control the privileges that you have it. This is not coming for every person. Again, how to assign the privileges, how to control these things, we will discuss in a later stage, but just to give you the idea, the reports and the tasks are based on the privileges that you have it. If some reports and tasks are not available, you try to search it, meaning that you don't have the privileges. So first of all, you need to assign the privileges or the roles to yourself or someone else, then you will be able to access those. So this is what right now that we are having fundamental and basics concepts.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What transaction in Workday creates an expense in a cost center by pulling money from a balance sheet account? Option A, supplier invoice. Option B, spend authorization. Option C, journal. Option D, allocation. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Hi everyone, I'm thrilled to give you a preview of ZaranTech's Expert Workday Finance Training course. In this intensive training, we'll explore Workday Finance's essential capabilities so you can optimize financial processes. Whether you're new to Workday Finance or an experienced user looking to expand your skills, this training delivers tremendous value. We'll start with the basics, configuring Workday's ledger, managing accounting transactions, and financial reporting. ZaranTech has trained hundreds of Workday Finance experts globally. Our real-world customer examples will empower you to streamline financial operations. This is an outstanding opportunity to become a certified Workday Finance expert. Visit the link below for full information on ZaranTech's intensive Workday Finance training program.
So today we discussed also last day the fundamentals, what is the proxy, what is the start proxy, what is the stop proxy, and then today we're gonna discuss first of all the tenant, then we will proceed over complete the fundamental first. So where we were last day. Okay, so just log in. Now we can access. So start proxy we discussed last day. So we were using one user who has the maximum access, that is Teresa. So let's conclude the fundamental and then we will start the tenant, because tenant we missed it, but then we will discuss. Okay. So this is a drive. Last day we discussed favorites, sitemap, and drives and reports. That is remaining part. So the drive is nothing but the just a space that is given by the Workday, where you can put it your file or share the files with your colleagues. Okay, so this is the drive area. My files, you can create the folder here, and then that folder you can share with your colleagues. So this is office. Okay, last day we have created one folder, this one, and then we have shared this with the two people with Logan and Teresa. And then we can give the access to that folder to our colleagues as well. So the colleagues means that the user that has been defined in the Workday that will be available. Then you can share the file and the folder with the relevant users. So meaning that you you don't need to send any separate emails. You can share the folders. You can place the file there, like financial reports, like any informations, like photo, hard copy, so that you can share this folder, and that will be placed there until unless you will delete it. So we have multiple options for the folder now. On my left side, you can see open, share, rename, move, favorite, info, remove. So who's the owner of this folder? That is me. So if I go to the second, so this is again always been created by me. So if I want to rename, then I can rename office files. And so this is a derive that has been in the space that has been given by the Workday on the production on the tenant as well. So this is favorites. If you want to make a favorites, then you can create the favorites as well. So again, you can add right now the favorites that we have in dashboard, finance discovery dashboard that is being there, account certifications. Okay, so this is what that favorite is. The recent file that has been used, the recent activity that is been performed is there. The log is there. Okay, financial KPIs templates. So the report templates that is their financial reports. We have it. We can open up. I'm not going to detail this financial report. This is this is what that we can access it. We went to drive, then trash. If you want to delete, then all the delete are here in the trash box. So this is a drive area. And then we have my reports. My report section just to view, but we will discuss this part in detail in our report section, standard and custom report that we will discuss and then create it. So these report section we will discuss at that moment. Just to give you the idea that all the reports that you want to create for yourself, that will be can we place it here, and if you can schedule it, then that report will be available from here. But activity that we will perform, we will go in our report section. So some things or some area that I am putting as a pending, so don't worry about it. We will come again and then perform activity or revisit these options again. Documentation. So this is what that if you want to view the Workday documentation, so this is a access been given by the Workday. So on the production tenant, you just click over there, and that it will take you into the community section where you can view their documentation guides, all of in there. So that is right now this tenant is the implementation preview tenant, so that is not available. Help and support, that is there. That is the same. That is link is there, and then you can raise a ticket, the issue, the logs, recovery assistance, change preferences, user transfers. Okay. So this is something that the fundamental that we have discussed, the basic information that we have concluded regarding the front end dashboard. Now let's discuss the tenant. Because last day we said that first of all we will discuss the tenant first. So what is the tenant? So tenant is just like the term that is you mostly familiar with, that that is a unique environment in the Workday. That is a unique environment basically, and in the Workday where the different that holds the data sets, and that data set is basically logically separated from in the database, meaning that this is the system just, for example, it's something like if you hire or if you rent a property from a landlord, then you call yourself as a tenant. Okay, and the property who is the owner, that's called the owner of the property. So the person who is rented out, basically that person is the owner of the property. Similarly, in the Workday basically allow the customer to use this product, okay, in the cloud space. So basically, Workday rented out the property, and that is the cloud application. So when they rented out this property, so we are the tenant for the Workday, because the Workday is giving a rent, or you can say a license fees from us. So they call this word or use this word as a tenant. Okay. So tenant have a different types, but Workday call it a tenant, whereas Oracle may use this word as some use this word is application, like Oracle. We use the word application, or some use instance, some use environment. And if you talk about old system like Fox Pro, they use servers. Okay, so SAP is there. SAP is, I think, use environment. Workday used tenant. So meaning that these are all the applications they are giving to their customers, but they name it differently. Okay, but their purpose is the same, that they are giving the application of the software to be used for their activity. So Workday name it as a tenant. So this is a cloud-based application. So you know that we are access it through clouds over the internet. Okay. Now this is the tenant, and there are different type of tenants. What are the types? There are majorly two types. One is called production tenant, and other one is called customer driven, or you can say customer implementation tenant. Now, what is the difference between that? We will discuss this point in a while, but first of all, the customer implementation preview tenant. In this tenant, we have GMS, and then we have prototype, then we have design. We will discuss this one, and then we have testing, then we have gold tenant. So these are the tenant name that we have it. Okay, in the production tenant, we have production, we have sandbox, we have sandbox preview tenant, we have implementation, and implementation preview tenant. So let's discuss these major two types. So first we discuss the production tenant. What is the production tenant? So this is the tenant that is, you can say, a live tenant where you book a day-to-day transaction. Meaning that once your tenant is live, then that name they have given the production tenant. But this tenant have a unique URL. But that is basically URL been shared by the Workday. So this is called production tenant. So this is, you can say, a gold tenant as well that we have discussed. But why we call it a gold tenant as well, we will discuss in a while. So this is a production tenant. Then we have a sandbox. So that sandbox is basically called, it's basically copy of the production. And that this production copy basically clone from production every week on Friday. Meaning that clone is that, meaning that all the production tenant information copied from production to sandbox. Why we copied this thing? Because, for example, you face one challenge or you face one issue, so you cannot perform testing over production tenant. So this sandbox tenants is available where you can recreate the issue and then retest it and view it that either that issue or the bug is fixed or not. That's why it's cloned every week on a Friday at 6 p.m. Okay. So, but if you want to, you know, activity, or if you want to stop this area, then you have to ask the Workday to stop this activity for a time being. But that is not recommended because that should be refreshed from production every week time. So you can perform this activity over this tenant like testing configuration. New configuration is there. Okay. New testing configuration changes that you can verify it. Some data loads you can verify, meaning that you want to upload some bulk data, but you are not confident that is correct or that is not properly maintained. So first you can maintain or upload it on Sandbox and view that impact. Then once it will be successfully uploaded, then you can move on production. So meaning that this is a prototype where you can test the things where you want to implement on production instantly. Okay, so this is one called Sandbox. Then we have a Sandbox preview. Now, what is a Sandbox preview? This is basically similar to the production copy. This is again production copy, but it refresh every week as well. But it is not refreshed 4 weeks prior to the feature release, meaning that, as you know, that Workday releases new feature twice a year. One is March and second is September. What is the meaning of new feature? Basically, Workday work on the new feature that is available in the market, and they basically ask the user to give their feedback which new feature should be incorporated, or you can request to the Workday that this is a new feature that we want to use in Workday, so can you please enhance this feature? So Workday basically work on it and take a pool from the customer, and like right now, like they have 9,500 customer, and 9,500 customer, 50% said that, for example, they said that we need a payment integration feature, although that is there, but just to give an example. So, and 30% said we need improvement in receipt bank reconciliation. So Workday basically verify that who the most demand is. They start working on a payment integration solution, and then they will plan their releases that in upcoming release of the year, which year release that this solution will be. So before releases, this of give us Excel sheet having all the details which feature will be available in upcoming release. So that is part of the release. So similarly, this sandbox, when the new release comes in, so Workday inform you that we are offer or we are update this release in the sandbox preview, so you can verify this new feature in this release. So this, although this tenant is refreshed every week, but before 4 week prior to feature release, it's not refreshed. So, although it's refreshed every week, but 4 weeks prior to that, the future release that is not been refreshed. So that Workday make it available, that feature. So what they will say that, for example, in September 2020, coming March 2023, this new feature is coming. So in March week, this tenant will not be refreshed, number one. Secondly, this release or feature will be available for you for the testing. So once it will be available, Workday inform you, these are the number that is available. So if you need this feature or your production environment, so what you will do, you will test this feature first in this sandbox preview, new feature. And once it will be verified by you, by your company, or by your manager, then this solution will be deployed on the production. For example, this new feature, you don't want it. You have very simple payment procedure. You don't want it. So you don't need to test it. You don't need to ask Workday to make it available on production. So all the new features comes in the releases that won't available until unless Workday asks you that you want this new feature in your production tenant, then we will make it available. Or you will configure it, you will test it. Again, the same thing like we do in the in this implementation phase. So statement of work, solution design, gaps, it, joins it, UAT, and then final go live. Similar here, you will perform this new feature testing, configuration first. If there is any configuration guideline that will be provided by the Workday. If you find any challenge, you can raise the ticket. That configuration has not been set in properly, so Workday team will jump in and then they will fix those issues and complete the configuration. You will test, you will create the test cases. On the basis of test cases, you perform the test cases, then perform testing. And the test conclusion is that, for example, you prepare 10 test cases and 8 are successful. So that doesn't mean that this new feature is you can implement on production. So all the test cases, all the observations should be addressed properly. Then you can transfer this feature, or you can ask the Workday to enable this feature on production. So this new sandbox tenant and this sandbox preview tenant, this helps you to improve your internal fix or internal issue fix, or this will help you to for new upcoming releases. Okay, so that's why we call it sandbox and sandbox preview. And this also have a unique URL. Like in the URL, they may say that sandbox dot company name, that our company name is unilever.workday.com. It's like this way. That can be any that has been, just give an example. imp sandbox dot unilever.workday.com. So this is the feature URL, a unique URL. Here they may say that prod.unilever.com or workday.wd.com. Each tenant access has a unique URL, so that would be identified at which tenant you are working. Okay. So this is what we have: production, we have sandbox, we have sandbox preview. Now we have implementation and implementation preview tenant. So implementation tenant basically gives you more flexibility and for the refreshers point of view. And if you are configuring new feature which you think that would be more than 3 weeks to complete the project, for example, the new feature that is coming, new feature is in the new releases. Another feature is coming, improvement in bank reconciliation. So this is another part. So they say that, and if this you think that bank reconciliation for the three months reconciliation we want to have it, meaning that more than 3 weeks time we require it. So we will use this. We can implement this feature in the implementation tenant, and this implementation tenant is not the refresh copy like we have it in the sandbox. This is a refresh copy from the sandbox. Sandbox is a refresh copy from production, and implementation tenant is the fresh copy from sandbox. But this is more than 3 weeks time. More than 3 weeks time, then you will use this implementation tenant. And implementation is tenant is just like we have it at impl something dot unilever dot wd.com. So why we need these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tenants? These 5 tenants is basically not mandatory that you can maintain only sandbox and implement one implementation or the test environment. But if you have a big budget or a big company, you are size of the company, then you can take a subscription of these 5 tenants: sandbox, sandbox preview, implementation, implementation preview tenant. Okay. So this is what that if you don't want to refresh within the project is more than 3 weeks, so you need to ask the Workday that please don't refresh in this 3 weeks time if project is more than 3 weeks. So you will basically requested that we need to have a detailed testing, and that might take more than 3 weeks. So you would request the Workday to not to clone. Otherwise, this implementation preview tenant refreshed for every 3 weeks time. So this is called implementation preview tenant. Sorry, implementation tenant. Then we have an implementation preview tenant. So this is another preview tenant like sandbox preview. We have it, and Workday basically recommend that implementation preview tenant, and you do not have the sandbox preview like we have this one, where you are testing a new releases. Then Workday recommend to use it implementation preview tenant. Okay, that is optional that you can maintain another tenant as per your business needs. And this is basically again on the basis of weekly services update. And this implementation preview tenant must be requested using the Workday Customer Center or the Workday Partner Center. That should be refreshed or not to be refreshed within this week. So this is an optional preview tenant that you have it on the basis of the size of the company that you are maintaining. So you can maintain a sandbox preview or implementation preview. Like in our company, we have these sandbox, we have sandbox preview, we have implementation preview tenant as well, based on our requirement. Because in our company, the requirement is high because we are onboarded multiple companies on a after 3 or 4 weeks. So we need to have this tenant to implement those projects. Okay. So we try to update our system. So whatever the new releases are, we try to implement our production as per our requirement. So this implementation preview and sandbox preview, that is the alternatively we can use it, but the purpose is the same. This new release is there, then you can ask the Workday to implement this new feature in this implementation preview, because we don't have any sandbox preview there. So this is what this implementation preview tenant, we have it. Okay. Now, this is for production tenant if the Workday is already implemented in any organization, or you join any organization where Workday is already implemented. So you can ask directly or that we need I need a detail or full access over sandbox and sandbox preview so that you can explore the system in a better way. They might not give you the production tenant directly, full access, but a limited access. But these test tenant will help you to understand their company structure, company configuration, and the company structure that they have it, financial structure or whatever the structure that you want to review it, you will have it there. So this is called production tenants 3 and 4 and 5. Now the customer implementation tenant. Is it clear for these tenants? So first of all, who will clone? So this is basically this is a SaaS application, and as you know, and all the database being maintained on the cloud, and that being honored or that being owned by the Workday. So all the clone activity is been performed by Workday, not by any company. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Number one. So this is who will clone. Only the Workday responsibility clone production to sandbox or sandbox to implementation.
Okay.
Okay. Number one. Secondly, the question that you asked that you are having a project that is making a configuration and the data has been there and the Workday have cloned it or somewhere they have clone from sandbox, then it is totally your responsibility that you communicate to the Workday prior to their schedule cloning, scheduler cloning part. Okay, so basically Workday give you a complete plan, schedule plan, cloning, schedule, yearly plan. So in this plan, they say that, for example, the implementation review will be cloned on 20th or 1st of March. Okay, they will clone on the weekend, and the weekend is, for example, is somewhere we have it on 20th. Okay, 25th and 26th is the weekend, so they will clone it on the 25th of Feb, and then that will be available on 1st of 28th or 26th, 7th of Feb, new system. Now you have today is a 16th, so it's a better approach that you inform the Workday to the relevant POC on a well before time that this new upcoming cloning part in the implementation preview, we don't want it. Please stop this cloning because we are having one project that we need to be tested in this. So next cloning comes in, for example, after 3 weeks time or 3 months time, whatever it is, that is the plan, like 1st of April. Until date, if still that is in the progress and you haven't completed yet, then you can again request it to stop it. Don't clone this tenant until unless we ask to do so. If somehow you miss this thing and you miss this train, then Workday will clone this environment. And this happened so many times in our organization, where one of the team is performing testing and suddenly they came next day or next weekend, then all the setups has gone. So they contact to the Workday that why is it happened? Then they will say that we have a scheduled cloning, and you know that we have shared the calendar with you guys. So this is what that you need to have a close coordination with the Workday for any project or any cloning procedures. But Workday give you a yearly schedule plan that when and which date they will perform this cloning. So this is what that production tenant and the cloning procedures are. Okay. So now we have a customer implementation tenant. What is the meaning of customer implementation tenant? And the first is GMS. GMS is Global Modern Services. Okay. The earlier tenant that has been there when you implement and you have a client or Workday client. Okay. So you have all of these production, sandbox, implementation, preview tenant. Now you are the Workday potential client and you have to interact with the Workday. But for example, you haven't uh, deployed or you haven't configured or you haven't take this Workday product, but you are the new customer and you have application like you have where your organization is using SAP financials. Okay. Now they are planning that we instead of SAP have given us multiple challenges. They are not resolving our solution. So our management decided that we need to shift to the another ERP system like Oracle. We can see Workday, we can see Sage. So multiple ERP systems there. So what happened that? But management and the you are working on that organization, you are not familiar with the Workday. So you approach to the Workday team or the Workday that we are planning to implement Workday, but we want to visit your application, how it looks like, either it is covered your our business processes or not. Either it is good for our organizations. So the Workday give you a demo or they will give you some access and that access called GMS access. This is open source or not open source. This is something that Workday used to give tenant to the client who are new to the who are plan to jump in or who are join the Workday team or Workday application. So they give a tenant called GMS tenant. In this tenants, all the data are the dummy data. All the data is dummy data. But this is not the GMS tenant. GMS tenant is available on a similar data might be like this status scenario is a dummy data, not the real time data. So we have multiple, all the data that is in there that is global modern services, or we can name it as GMS. So GMS, or I can find it the company, view company, the view company, and which company that I want to view that GMS. So these are the company global modern services, South Africa, Sweden, Switzerland. These are the dummy data. So I can then they can say they can ask you that we have this tenant, like this is the GMS tenant, for example, then you can visit, you can go into the company, how it is configured, what is the security group, they can give you the demo roles, additional securities, cost centers, how they can prepare it. So these all been available over this GMS tenant. And that is, sometime that is down or sometime that is up based on their maintenance part that is there. That is on every might be Saturday. That may be down or that is maintenance activity that has been performed on the GMS standard, then they may down it. Otherwise, that will be available with the dummy data, where you can view it at how the invoices is been booked, how the journal is been entered, what are the approval process, report section. So you just visit and you build the confidence that okay, Workday is a good product. Now we can take this or take this license, and we want to implement this Workday application to our organization. Okay, then the implementation process will jump in this one phase. Okay, phase 1, phase 2, and all of them. Now this is called GMS tenant. Okay, now this is prototype design and goal tenant. These all tenant that has been and you can view it. These are implementation tenant. Implementation means that you are going to implement Workday. You build the confidence on the GMS. Now you want to implement Workday. So Workday basically make a contract with you that what the license procedure, what is the cost will be there yearly basis, and how it will work, and then they will start implementation. Once they will start the implementation, they will use the prototype, and the prototype called P0, P1, and P2. Okay, so these are the tenant that is being used for P0, P1, P2. Let me share one more picture for you guys with you guys. Give me 1 minute where I will explain these prototype. Okay, let me check one PPT that I have it, and I will share with you. You can see that I have present these slides in our webinar, that where we discuss plan, architect, configuration, prototype, test, and deployment. And under that, in the architect, on the bottom, you can see the P0, P1, and P2. These are prototype not, prototype 1, prototype 2. Okay. In the architect, you will use the P0 instance, then P1 instance that you will use for your configuration, unit testing, validation, configuration, final build, integration reports, training needs. On that will be trainings will perform on the P0, P1, sorry. On the P0, P2, you have test, create test cases and scenario, system test, user UAT that will be performed. So if I go back in our slides where we discuss the implementation, so here in the, yeah, in SOW, we discuss the process. So if I show you the one SOW document, let me show you one SOW document. Yeah, this one is here. So SOW document, this is one of the document that we did prepare. As we discussed, that these are the number of processes. Although these are not financial process, but this is something uh, uh, inventory processes. The point is, so once the process has been identified, this is the number one process, then that process description will be mentioned, that what is a process, from where it is started, and from then at what point that is ended. Then this is a process flow that you will prepare it on the basis of material receiving against loan purchases. So this document that I did prepared, so from where it is started, who are the stakeholders, and at what point that is ended. Then each event, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that has been there, each event that will be explained, that what event, that is the one event is a document creation, that is delivery challan, what is supplier delivery goods and consignee store along with delivery challan, and then output is item delivery challan. Then the process, this delivery challan will be processed, receive material, then this description, and that's the further step. So this SOW document that we did prepare and take a sign off. But here we will not use any tenant, because at this process, we don't need to discuss, or we need not to configure any tenant. But in the solution design or in the pilot run, we need a tenant here. So here, when we architect or with something, we use P0 for some features that we need to verify. Solution design has been there, architect has been defined, so we need a P0 tenant. Then once the P0 tenant is there, then you have P1 tenant that is required. That is being configured parallel to the P1. Okay, P0 configure, P1 configured parallel to the P0 for the testing purpose, for your internal testing, not with the client. So this P1 tenant that is being used for tenant SAT testing. So this is there. Once it will be testing will be performed, then what happened, that you will go for the P2. Now this is a UAT tenant where you will configure the same things like you did in SAT. You configure the UAT. So in the P2 tenant, you will create or you can perform the training as well, or P1 or P2 tenant. So these two parallel tenant has been configured. Along with this all P0, P1, P2 tenant, we also maintain one more, Workday maintain one more tenant that called gold tenant. Okay, so this tenant is basically used for create the production environment. So while you go live and in your first implementation or first deployment session, a gold tenant is created as an empty tenant. And this empty tenant is to load the customer data, like for the first migration that we will perform. And then this is eventually used to basically create the production tenant to create the customer initial deployment. And you can request gold tenant prior to go live of 6 weeks. Okay.
So this gold tenant you can maintain parallel to these two, and once the production your project is go live after the data migration that I mentioned it here, then this gold tenant will turn into your production tenant that we were discussed here. So this gold tenant, which is initially in the implementation phase or deployment phase, we said gold tenant, that will turn into your production tenant. So the production tenant in the interview, they may ask you the question, what are the types of tenant? What is difference between gold and production tenant? Okay, so you have a good idea that gold tenant is nothing but a production tenant, but before in the deployment phase, in a before 6 weeks go live, you will create a gold tenant, make it all the migration, and the once the your implementation is go live, then your gold tenant turn into production tenant. So ultimately, gold tenant are your production tenant as well. Just the name of the tenant is changed. Rest of the things are same. So this is what that we discuss: prototype, design, testing that has been performed. These testing are there, and then gold tenant is your production tenant. So your production once it will be ready, then Workday asks you that okay, fine, we have deployed these production now go live. Now please share with us the plan for sandbox, which how many tenant that you want to maintain. Well, this is discussed in the design phase already, that how many tenant you will maintain in a production after go live, production sandbox preview. So Workday make a clone after go live. For example, go live date is our go live date is somewhere is 15th or 1st of March. So this gold tenant will turn into production tenant on a 1st of March. On a first week, on a 7th of March, sandbox will be available, and sandbox preview will be available. Though both will be cloned from production. Sandbox preview and sandbox main sandbox. And on a same next month, on a same month, within that month, you have implementation preview, implementation tenant as well. So basically, story started from GMS, where you visit the Workday as a new product, then you accept it, you implement it, prototype, design, testing, P0, P1, P2, create the gold tenant, that turn into production, and then production turn into sandbox that has been cloned, and sandbox preview and implementation tenant. So these are the types of the tenant that has been used for our implementation and production. Subscription, basically, that just like this like you go into the market, and if you or you want to purchase a subscription, any subscription. So if you take more product, then you pay more. If you take less product, then you will pay less. So if whatever you will decided, you will maintain two tenant, then subscription will be designed or shared by Workday accordingly. The license will be issued as per your product, as per tenant, because more tenant you have, more maintenance activity they will need to perform, more clone activity they will perform, they will charge you more. So the subscription is basically on the services that you would ask how many tenant you want to maintain, and then they will give you the plan of your license and the subscription plan. Then you can take up their subscription plan accordingly. So this is what we discussed today, is the tenant. Now in the next upcoming session, we discuss the fundamentals as well. We discuss the structure as well. We have a good base now. Now we can jump into the Workday, that how the financial will be configured.
Hi everyone, I'm thrilled to give you a preview of ZaranTech's Expert Workday Finance Training course. In this intensive training, we'll explore Workday Finance's essential capabilities so you can optimize financial processes. Whether you're new to Workday Finance or an experienced user looking to expand your skills, this training delivers tremendous value. We'll start with the basics, configuring Workday's ledger, managing accounting transactions, and financial reporting. ZaranTech has trained hundreds of Workday Finance experts globally. Our real-world customer examples will empower you to streamline financial operations. This is an outstanding opportunity to become a certified Workday Finance expert. Visit the link below for full information on ZaranTech's intensive Workday Finance training program.
So just to go back on our day one session where we discussed the structure. This one, the structure that we discussed last time, and we say that this is our Workday structure, and this is our organizational structure, and this is our people structure. Now today we are going to start Workday structure where we will discuss these terminologies once again. Then we will move on financial one. Okay. So the Workday structure is basically started from reorganization, and we discussed reorganization is nothing but the space that you did create for your business structure that we have already been discussed. Okay. Now this Workday, sorry. Yeah. Now this first task is first step is to have reorganization. So let me copy this thing on my today's sessions so that it would be easy to track what we did. Yeah, this one is here. So structure configuration started from today. Let's start. So today is the 17th of, 16 Feb 2023, and we are going to start our Workday structure. So in this upcoming sessions, whatever the task we will discuss, I will write up here for you guys so that it would be easy to remember that what we did for this part. Okay, now the first task is that reorganizations. So the reorganization that we discussed, that is nothing, that is mandatory for Workday structure perspective, that is there. So our task name is create a reorganization. So if I go and take you into the system, and here we have create, just I will type reorganization, and all the tasks and the reports have been there. So one task is, this is the report. Two are the tasks, create reorganization. So I will click over here, reorganization. So the create reorganization, let's take the name of my company. That what was that name that I have taken? What was the name of the company? That, yeah. So this one is the project that we are going to start.
ZaranTech. Okay.
Yeah, ZaranTech, the tech that is there. So our company or the group name or the company structure started for is from that name that we take. For example, let's, instead of Z, we will take XTech. Make a change. XTech is my reorganization. So XTech and XTech Group or XTech USA, that will be our company. Okay. So name of can be varied, so don't worry about it. So wherever we use XTech, that will be our structure. Okay, because in the system we have seen there are so many structures there. So let me verify that there should not be any XTech company. So reorganization, let me verify it. Let's verify it because verification is important. Otherwise, that will be a confusion for us in the next stages. There is no XTech. That would be great. That's great. So we can use the XTech now. So we will go for reorganization, create reorganization. Our name is XTech Group. Okay, the date is very important in the Workday because the date is basically driven force to maintain your data. So if I take a today's date, so the data that our structure is started from today, that is okay, but the archive data or the migrated data, that will be a challenge for us. So always keep the older one, so that in case that you have migrated any data, that won't be any challenge. So extract group is there. Click OK. So just with a simple one screen definition, we have extract group and reorganization is created. Once it will be created, then two tabs are there, by activity and by organizations. We will discuss this thing in a later stage. Okay. That is, we will have it and come again and discuss this part. So till now, the extract group is completed. So if I search it in the report, now earlier that was not there, as you have seen. Now if I find it, and this is the report. Okay, the report section, just to explain, because this reports section we will come again and again, is very important. That is the column and that is the rows. So you can use this, click over here, and then you can use the filter as per your requirement. Then in the report section, you have Excel, you want to download into Excel, then export document, that the whole that report will be download into Excel easily. Then we have a filter here, all of the filters where you want to add in. One way to add that, you can click over the column. Other way is that you can use this button, click over column, or you can use this 3-bar button. Then this is grid preferences. If you want to view that report in a different grid way, then you can do it. Expansion, that over a page that you can expand and decrease it. Then you have collapse rows, and then you change has been saved on uncollapse. It's basically that you view the report that you wanted. Then on the report side, you have PDF and Excel again. If you want to download this report into PDF, then you have option again to download by this button, PDF and Excel. This Excel and this Excel both are the same. Then with the name, there is a 3 downward and upward there. So you can want to change the selection, that start date when it's just been created. So today's date. So selection that you can change as per your, that in today's date, the one is created. So my date was 1st of Jan 1900. So I would select it by this button. So these buttons we will use again and again. Click OK. So for 1900, these number of companies, these number of organization that has been there, and these are 87 items. Overall item I want to see, then I can change my selection again. I want to see all the items, so I will delete it. So this is way that we can change our selection and the criteria for any report that has been there. So you can do it. So 171 is there. So I would again search my extract. Now it is coming because this is my reorganization. So I would select it and that is coming now. And this is in active status. So this is how the report, you can explore the things easily. So my reorganization extract group is completed. Now, if you want to edit this one, then you have added task. You can edit this information, extract group. I want to add it. Now, which area you want to add it? Only 2 values that you want to extract. And accessories. So this is what, and I have just updated, click OK, and that's it. So edit information is there. Okay, so this is my first step, that we created one space with the name of extract group in our Workday structure. So this is a test tenant. So these are the number of lot of structures exist, but if it is a production tenant, only 1 or 2 are exist, not more than that. Okay, So this is why this is called a test tenant. Second step. Any question till now? Very easy to configure this reorganization. Supervisory organization. As we discussed earlier, supervisory organization is nothing to maintain for HCM, and one full supervisory organization maintained for the financial as well. Okay, so this supervisory organization that we need to create for our structure. So our structure started first, that is supervisory organization. So let's have it. Here again, I would write supervisory organization. Now here you can see there is no task is there. So our task as requirement is that create supervisory organization. Let's find it. You all task, then we have here. Let me write up here this way. Teresa Serrano is the financial person, so she is not allowed to create. We need a HCM person right now who can create supervisory organization. For that, we have on a test environment, we have start proxy. We will switch over to the HCM person who has the authority. So here we have Logan McNeil, who is the authorized person to create supervisory organization. Yeah, you can see create supervisory organization task is here. So I would here create. Now, whenever we create it, as we discussed earlier, whenever we create our structure, the first and foremost part that which space that you are going to create it, for which reorganization you are going to create. So every time I have to give in my reorganization. So the X-Tech group as my reorganization. I'm going to select it. So this is supervisory organization form where we are giving our detail to this supervisory organization. Name of my supervisory organization, I would say that X-Tech SVP org. Include organization ID in the name. No, I don't want to. Code, what would be the code? So I would say that XTSO. X-Tech supervisory organization. Include code in the name. Let's include it. It is optional, not mandatory. So in any form, you can see that asterisk mark is the mandatory field. If you go without that, system will prompt the errors. Fill up these mandatory fields. If so, you have to fill. Otherwise, some optional are there. So fields are dependent on each other as well. So when I click over here, this is been asterisk is appearing now. Secondly, when any field that is appearing and you don't know about it, then don't worry that you go and search the guides that what does this field means. Subtype is there, so you don't need to go into guides. You just hover your cursor there for a time being, and then the relevant information will pop up. Boolean attribute identifying whether to include the organization code within the name display with Workday. A new effective dated organization name is automatically created if your value for this field is different as a specific effective date. So the field, basically you just hover your cursor and the field description will be there to understand what is the purpose of this field and which field information that you can, if you fill it, what benefits or information that you can maintain against it. So it's up to you. So I'm not, okay, let's create it as CSO. Subtype. Now this is my first supervisory organization, so I would take it as a group. Visibility. Visibility means that it should be visible to everyone, or it should be dependent to any roles or that has been there. So this is basically related with security groups. We will discuss this thing in a later stage. So right now I'm taking this as a everyone. external URL. If there is this, your HR, basically your HR area is there. So if there is any external URL, so you can provide it. Otherwise, this is optional one. So we are keeping as it is. Now, primary location, that is the important. Primary location is mandatory. So till now, in our structure, the location is at the end of the structure part. If you see, this one is the location. But for supervisory organization, that is mandatory that you are defining. So that should be there. So first we will define the location, then we will define the supervisory organization and assign this location as well. Otherwise, it won't allow me to save it. Error is there. So let me take up to the location of my office, location of my head office that has been defined against the task create location. So the task name is create location. And this is what create supervisory organization. Okay, so I'm going to create the location. So the location name is same way X-Tech NY New York LOC lock location usage. What is the purpose of the location? So the purpose of the location is my business sites. So this is the first information, the header information that we have it. Click OK. Now the location information is there. Now we are having detailed information. We are having 3 tabs: details, contact information, business sites. So these details are optional, all are optional, no mandatory field. But if we want to skip it, then one error is there, one field is mandatory. So let's fill up some information that is building. Attributes, there is no attributes is defined yet. Location identifier, the location identifier, we will search it from X and Y LOC. Identifier is there. Coordinates, latitude, longitude, altitude, that is been optional. Contact information. So one address of this my location that is there. So I would select it here, the 0101-1900. Line is the first line is the new block area. City is New York. New York. Postal code. Postal code should be correct. Otherwise, if you give a random number, system will not allow you to proceed. So that is mandatory information that you have to given. So postal code that is for the New York 1000-1001. County is optional. Every address that has been created, one address should be primary. Right now this is Milton, someone has changed the name but otherwise it was billing and shipping address. We will discuss this address in our AP module. What is the when bill to address? And that is okay. If you want to maintain or if you want to create more address, then you can click add. Emails, instant messengers, web addresses, and phone is there. So right now I'm just creating one information, that's it. That is address. Business sites, this is the mandatory information, time profile. So your office will be working in a week is 40 hours. That is mandatory. Local, the language of this, your office or the area that has been country, time zone that you want to have, Pacific Los Angeles is there. Display language should be English. Rest of the information are not mandatory. So fill up the optional information and that's it. My location details has been created. Now this Teresa is a person who has full authority to create financial structure. So that's why I came back. Now the location is set in the supervisory organization that has been pending. Now I can do that. So let me add up the location. That is X-Tech. Why it didn't find it? Because I have shifted the person from Logan to Teresa. So it will ask me that you cannot switch it. So I would go back, close this window, once again, search it, create you. Again, sorry, I need to go back to me because Logan McNally is the rights person for the supervisory organization. So let me go back once again. Now I would create once again SUP ORG. So you can use the abbreviation ORG and system will give you the exact information there. So the task is again extract. Again, I'm going to select it and then name, copy it again, includes XTSO, include in the name. Subtype again I'm given as my group. Visibility is everyone. Location, now I'm going to find my Xtech location. Now it's appearing now, Xtech NYLOC. Then staffing model. There are two types of staffing model for HCM perspective. One is position based, another is job based. I'm not going into detail of these things because that is HCM area. So I just select position management enabled. That is there. Assigned role that we will discuss later on. Organization assignment we will discuss later on. There is no identifier right now. So just fill up the mandatory information for supervisory organization. That's it. And then click OK. So as per my financial structure, the one Xtech SUPORG is created. This is the task, and this is the values. So this will be helpful for us to remember that what we did, and for helpful for you guys that how you can proceed. Now we have a structure. If I take my structure down again, my original structure that we discussed and agreed, that is the where it is. Yeah, on my right side. Yeah, this one. So I'm taking this structure down. Okay, let me put it this one here. And put it here. Okay. Now my company is the USA and UK. Two companies we will define, and the company is here. So the USA and UK, instead of Z, we'll use X now. These two companies. So before going to the companies, that XTSO is my code that was there, and the name is coming up with the use of subtype. Now this is type is supervisory organizations. The tabs are there now. Most of the tabs we will discuss later on. Okay, so I'm parking right now these things. But one thing I will update, that is organization ID. System by default create one organization ID. That is the randomly generated IDs. But we will change these IDs as per our business structure. Why we need to have it? We'll discuss this thing as well in a later stage, one of our activity where we'll use this organization ID. So keep in mind that whenever you design anything, always use to change this organization IDs, like I'm doing right now. Go to the okay, this button that is there are two buttons that is appear. One is the in the report section we see that switching criteria, but when this button 3 dot button is appear up, this is called a related action button, meaning that you can perform further activities by clicking over this button. So these are the number of activities you can perform or actions against this supervisory organizations. So right now I want to change this organization ID that has been there. So this is the easiest way to go for it. That click over here, go to integration ID and add it reference ID. So 60935 that was appeared up. Now I can change it to Xtech SO underscore ID. So this will give me idea that this is supervisory organization ID, SO ID, supervisory organization ID. This attribute is used as index. Any change to the value of this attribute may break integration that are depending on this current value. So once it will be assigned on the creation, that should not be changed or break. This is the caution here. Meaning that, for example, the transaction been entered and now then you will change, that will be break the integrations. So you have to be very careful to define these integration IDs. So I just define it and then update it as well. Click done. So my supervisory organization is created. I can search it now. XTSO. So my supervisory organization is appearing now. Click over here. By this ID, I can search it easily. XTSO. And my ID is now changed into XTSO ID. Okay. So this is there. Now, the third one is that the company that we are going to define. The first two mandatory things that we have done. Now the company hierarchy is optional, but company definition is mandatory in financial structure. Now, whenever you want to switch over to any user, you have to use this start proxy. You cannot.
Okay.
Okay. There is another way that you can do it. That is, you can click over the user profile or the user's name, and here on the action, and in the action you have here at the top, most probably the top frequent used, not used, security profile, and then we have stop proxy.
Okay. Okay.
So the same thing that has been there, but I'm using the word start proxy to easily go to switch over to user. Why I'm switching this user? Because these users right now having the roles, maximum roles to define these structures. So Teresa is the financial girl who can perform the structure on the financial side, whereas Logan have HCM areas that the shades define. Okay, so right now the two structure is completed, done. The third one is company. So we have here create company hierarchy, create company relationship. Our task is right now create company, my first company that will be defined, and again it asks me reorganization. So extract group, under this reorganization I'm going to define it, and here the name of my company Xtech USA, code as XT USA, Xtech company. If I made it this way, Xtech USA company. So USA will give the idea that this is a USA, and then the code is there. If I want to include, that is there. Subtype. Now the company is there. The subtype, because this is my company. Visibility for everyone. Company currency. Now that is important. The company currency is right now for the USA. My company currency is USD. So the USD is there. Assigned role right now by default honor is been assigned Teresa Serrano, because Teresa is the creation of this company. So she is the Teresa Serrano, but you can change it as per your need. But right now I'm not changing. This is the same way because she is the super girl right now who has a maximum access. So I'm not changing anything. So my company information is created. Click OK. So if we remember, we said that apart from these two, these are all the organizations. You remember?
Right.
Now, the Workday said that these are the organizations. So these organizations may have given some type and subtypes. So they have given the organization main name, but this subtype is company, this subtype is region, subtype is org, customer, cost center hierarchy, and division as well.
Yeah,
now,
but the only
okay, yeah, I'm coming towards your question. Now the thing is that here we have seen, if I go back once again and company edit mode, and here the subtype is divisions and company. Why is it coming the divisions? So basically, yeah, basically what
why is it coming here? If I cancel it, this thing, organization subtype, maintain organization subtypes. So here you can see that subtype name, that is company is there, and this company we can use under the types of company hierarchy, supervisory hierarchy, and that's it, and company hierarchy is there. And if we have divisions, that we can use it here as well. So basically meaning that we are making our system so flexible that we say that this division should not be part of any company, and company hierarchy, so I will delete it here. So this is
Okay.
here the type of organization structure you built in for within this page for as per your company design. This is not the things that is standard. You can make it flexible. As I said earlier, this flexibility you can make it as per your organizational structure. As this one is the test tenant, so that's why divisions come in under company and company hierarchy. But if you wanted that, division should come in parallel to the cost centers. So I would add up here. I would want it to have regions that should be parallel to that. So when the regions will be defined, divisions comes in under that. That's why type and subtypes has been linked here. Main type is this one, and though the subtypes that is been linked with that, you can make a combination here. Like when I define the company, that was there. So it's up to you that how you want to make a flexible structure for your organization before defining this structure, so that the information that will be appear up on the form, that should be accurate and nobody can make a change here. Like just to give now I'm gonna create my another company, so taking this the form, this subtype. So we have decided already, create company, have a type, or in the organization the company is there, but what will be the subtype? So that form maintain organization subtype will be my structure that I want to have it within this system, within this organization, within for my company. Okay, so now XTech UK company, XTech XT UK, and then that include in this one as well. Subtype is company, and then visibility everyone. Currency is USD. Got it? So this is what you define your structure or company information that you want to maintain. Now the question arises that this location is only available for supervisory organization, not for company. Why is it so? In the system, the location when we define supervisory organization, location was mandatory. So we link with supervisory organization. Now we are defining company, not the location. Location has already been assigned. Why not for the company? The system they haven't maintained location here. Think about it, then we will discuss this answer. Okay, that is very minor question, but just to have a brainstorming. So did I ask this question? So XT UK company that has been there, and now I'm gonna change its integration ID. That is important. So XTech UK underscore ID. ID is generated. And similarly, I will do it for my USA company. So if I want to explore or if I want to find my company, so I can use it XT USA directly. I can write up, or I can go with view company. This is another report to find this information. So I can find XTech USA. So this is there. Now I'm gonna change the reference ID. Sorry, underscore ID. Click OK. Now, if I
edit it again. In the related action button, we have company edit. So if I want to change some information, name and code, I want to change in the name of code till today, then I can do that. Right now I'm not doing, just to show you that you can change the name and the code easily within that. But this reference ID that is once defined, it is recommended not to change on a later stage. So that should be defined proper format and the name so that it would be helpful for our later activity. We will perform one later activity in our GL module that we will do. But right now, that's just to update this form. So member details, roles are there, security groups are there. So I'm not discussing right now these things, but we will do it. Especially this roles and security group we will discuss. Member is related with the HCM, so we will not go for it. But yes, we will do it for security group and roles. So we have defined our two companies, XTech USA and XTech UK with the task create company. Now my company is defined, but I want to take a report. My CEO said that I want to check the profit, which I realized from the financial statements. CEO never asked me to while defining this structure that I want a report for both of the company, but these things I would realize from the financial statement that we discussed, the balance sheet. When I observed their balance sheet, income statement, and trial balance, that they are, at the end of the year or at the end of the month, they are verifying that these both company profit they want to have a calculate in the USD. So this is one is the requirement that I did find while reading or analyzing these financial statements, balance sheet, income statement, trial balance. So this is there. So I recommend them that we need to define the company hierarchy, which give the reports at company hierarchy level easily for you guys. So we will define a company hierarchy. So how to define the company hierarchy? We have completed the two structure, but as you can see that if I go for related action button and click on org chart, then there is only one company is there. Similarly, if I go XT UK, go for org chart, only one company exists. There is no hierarchies there. So I want to create the hierarchy. So for that, we have create company hierarchy. Again, XTech, that is there. So I would say that XTech company hierarchy, that is there. So the code is XTech CH or XTCH company hierarchy. I'm not including the code, so type is the company here. Visibility is everyone. A role is automatically been assigned, that's okay. So my structure is completed for the company hierarchy. Now, if I see, if I can view the org chart, the org is ultimately again one. So I want both of the companies should come in between these two. So what I will do, I will go to the company hierarchy, go to the related action button, and then we have here reorganizations, assign, include organization. Now the reorganization, it asks me again which reorganization you are talking about. So I would say that the same reorganization that I am doing. Now include organization, which organization that I have defined till now, XTech UK and XTech USA. So I just assigned two of these organizations. And again, if I click over here and check the organization chart, so the both companies are coming under the hierarchy of my company hierarchy.
UK and USA is there. Okay, so this is what the company hierarchy is. That how you maintain the structure within that one. Okay, one thing. Okay, I will do it one more thing. Hierarchy in the later stage, just to add up the reference IDs. Change the reference ID xtech ch_id. So now click done. My structure with respect of company that has been completed now. So we have here create company hierarchy. This is the task that is there. So when I say that, I want to see that the overall profit of my two companies. So what is the meaning that this is a global financials figures that I want to check. So the company hierarchy, you are saying the same word, but I said it in different way, in easiest words. So I don't want to use this consolidation right now. We will do it, this consolidation topic in the later stage. But for your guys a better understanding, I say that this is a requirement that my company CEO want to see this profit of two different companies in one page with the USD currency, because UK have a GBP. So that's profit can only be seen on the statement through a consolidation. So this is the company hierarchy that has been defined right now. Now this regions, divisions, that is up to me that if I want to, because these are the optional one that we can define. Otherwise, we can jump directly to the cost centers. Okay, so right now, for my company, I will define one region, not the division. So create a region as my, that is xtech again. The region name is xtech central. xtech C central. Region is automatically coming up because one value is there. Everyone. Now click OK. In a quick way, I have defined. Okay, I want to change the name as well. So the edit name and again today's okay. So central region. Just make a clear with the word as well. So click OK. And then go to related action button. Reference ID. So here I would say that XTCR underscore ID. Click done. Now, if you want to create a hierarchy within that region, you can. If you want to maintain one region, both options are there. Roles is again available. Security groups are there. So that is a part of organization we will discuss on a later stage. So what we did today, that is create region as xtech central region. So till today, what we did, we have completed our almost not completed, but on a edge of to complete this one. That is company structure is there. Okay, let's just a quick overview of proceeding, or we were designing our Workday structure. We discuss a detailed concepts over the structure perspective. Then we discuss the final, we were having the Workday structure that we have. So we have defined the reorganization. So reorganization that we did define, supervisory organization that we have defined. I'm not going into detail what is the supervisory reorganization because we did into detail way already. So we designed two different company, xtech USA and UK company, two different companies. Why we are maintaining two different companies at this spot, that we will discuss later on, because we can complete our structure for one company. Why we are having these structure, we will have a complete activity for this part that we will discuss later on. Okay, then we define one region. What is the region? Create region. This is another organization in the Workday that we did perform. xtech central region that we did define. And then we are having now cost centers. Cost centers is the concept that we have it in the Workday, is just like a concept we have it in the department in any organization. So the cost center where you want to maintain or you want to impact the costing or the expenses that you want to book. For example, the overall company utility expense or electricity expense is for this month, Feb month, is something $3,000. The telephone expense that they have it is last month was $2,000. Right now, today in this month, that is 5,000. Now the management will shock and realize that why the telephone bill is double this month. So they need to understand that why this expenses is been increasing and which area of expenses has been there. So they need to analyze that cost impact, that where the cost has been incurred there. So that's why we have it here, the cost centers. So whatever expenses that has been booked in the system, you booked as a cost center basis, and later on you realize that which cost center make a heavy telephone calls in this ones. For example, we have 3 departments that we already discussed in our structure, that is finance, IT, sales and marketing. So in this month they realized that sales and marketing make more call than this last month because to boost up the sales. So that may realize that yes, that is the justified that this month, because we have one promotion that been launched in this month. So sales and market team make it a double calls or approach to the customers to give them the idea that we are having a deal in this month, so you can approach it. So this telephone is justified. So just to give an example, that you are basically charging your cost as per your department or the regions or the divisions, whatever it is that you make or cover up through cost centers. So cost center is there. So we will define 3 or 4 cost centers in our system or in our structure. So let's define it. So we have it here, create cost center. Create cost center. Again, system asks me the reorganization, then I have it here again, X-Tech. And that is click OK. And then I have a cost center, X-Tech, XT or X-Tech, just put it here. X-Tech Finance, XTF. And then subtype is cost center. Visibility, everyone. And now restricted to companies. If you want to restrict the cost center for the UK company or the USA company, then you can restrict that as well. Right now, I'm not restricting. That is there. Okay, the work tags. What is the work tag? What is the meaning of work tag? What is the purpose of work tag? Related work tags. We will have this activity in upcoming sessions. So we will discuss this related work tag in a detailed way. Then assign roles. Some roles are being maintained for the cost center purpose that we will discuss in our security and business process that we park it right now. So the cost center, one cost center is been created. Click OK. And again, related action button. And then finally, integration ID, we are going to change it. That is XTF underscore ID that has been there. Click OK. Click done. So we have another cost centers we're going to create it in a quick way. The second one. X-Tech IT. Click OK. The final cost center, we have it. Okay, code and the name that you can discuss, agree with the customers. That is something that I'm defining by myself, because this is something that I did for my one of the projects, the same way that I'm doing right now. But that is should be optional. The naming and the coding structure that should be agree with the customer. So that has been there. Now, if I update the IDs again, that is something that you don't need to discuss with the customer. You just mention it by yourself, because you are the consultant that you need to define by your ease, because this is, you will handle it from back end. Okay. Again, I would not answer this question, because I already parked this question. Again, this will ask you another advanced level question, meaning that we have a topic. So I would put it again here. What is the question? That why we maintain IDs, number one, and why we maintain different IDs for different organization. Is this the right question?
Yes.
Okay, again, the third question that I'm parking right now. So that we will discuss and I will explain you later stage. This I will explain you in P2P and P2P, and this we will discuss in integration. So I'm gonna park it with this question. It's a very important question that you did ask, but I will answer in a later stage, because if I go for this one, that will go a separate debate. That is the integration debate that we have it. Integration topic that we will discuss. So X-Tech hierarchy, CC, XTCC, cost center, visibility, and that is the honor. And you can see that there is no restricted companies here. So we just created here. Again, change the IDs. So now I have created the X-Tech CC. Now I'm going to assign the CC to my organization chart. That is, go to reorganization and assign include organizations. And here, X-Tech, we have it. And then X-Tech, all of them, that will be my subsidiaries that we have it. So if I open up this again and then click over here and go to org chart, here the subsidiaries has been assigned, the three cost center been assigned to X-Tech CC. So you can define any number of them. Okay. For example, I'll give you another example. For example, you have third, you have sales and marketing. Now, sales and marketing is one department, but under that, later on, you said that sales and marketing was one team, but now we are going to create two different teams. One is a sales separately. The department will remain the same, but we are segregating two different teams within the cost centers, so that we have an idea that sales have a different
telephone expense and marketing have a different telephone expenses. So what we'll do, you are just basically creating a hierarchy within that hierarchy. Extech CC is the main hierarchy, cost, sales, and marketing is a different another hierarchy, and then you are creating another hierarchy here. So how are we gonna do that? This is what create. That is another way that we can do that. Extech CC. So here we have, if you want to create subsidiary within that hierarchy, another hierarchy that you can assign superior as create subordinate and then assign superior. So I would, and then further divide organization. So I would create subordinate. XTCC, another subordinate that I'm going to create 01, 01, 1900. I'm creating another hierarchy within that hierarchy. So that is Xtex sales and marketing, XTSM organization type, that is cost center. Here I would say that is the someone create top. So let's make it top, and then we will create a cost center afterwards. So you have submitted, that is submitted there. You can see that XTCC subordinate is Xtech marketing. So if I go for the Xtech there, then we have superior organization. So this is how, this is another cost center hierarchy. And if I click over here, this is another cost center hierarchy. So if I go and check the org chart, then you can see another hierarchy has been generated and cost centers have been there. Now you create, this is your assignment, I am not creating. So you will create your structure, then create another hierarchy, and then create two more sales and marketing within that. Try this and let me know if you have challenge. This is how the hierarchy works. Within the hierarchy, you can create multiple hierarchy and then further hierarchy as well. So this is Workday structure that not restrict for one level hierarchy. This is a two level hierarchy. Like we have level 1 here. This was the level 1. This is level 2. And then we have a cost center. So this is the top one or parent one. This is the child. And this is child's child. So these are the 3 levels that you can maintain, or you can create any number of levels. Then you can create level 3 and then cost centers, then level 4 as per your business requirement. So meaning that I'm just giving the idea that how you can create parent child, multiple child relationship, and parent to parent, and then parent to child relationship. Because for this one is the parent, and for this one is the parent. Level 1, level 2, and then this level works. Okay. So this is how the chain that has been defined for the cost center. Same structure we can define for the regions. Same structure defined for the company if there is any such hierarchies exist there. So this is how the level of structure has been defined within the hierarchy. Okay. So, but for you, the concepts is, the question is that you will define within that hierarchy by yourself. Then we will, and then share with me if you have any challenge. Okay. So we have completed our structure. We define company, a reorganization, supervisory organization, and company. Now, if I go for the reorganization once again, and my reorganization was Xtech. This is there. If I open up this Xtech, then you will see that by activity and organization, now the 14 values in by activity and 27 values items been defined within the organization set. What is that? The organization that we have created till today,
These cost centers, create organization, include organization. These one we did activity. Sorry, assign organizations, and then regions, then company hierarchy. We define and assign it with the creation date that last time we did. So whatever that when we define any organization and we assign this extract, system will create a structure within that reorganization automatically. You don't need to define this structure within that reorganization. And whatever the activity in each step that you did perform, system create a log against that structure. When you open up this folder, when you create anything with this folder within the Workday space, system create a activity-wise log. So earlier when we created these two fields were blank, now it is filled by the activities and the organization that we did perform. Clear? So this is the structure that has been built within the organization. But the company that we have created, the regions that we have created, the cost center we did created the same way. If I put it this thing here, that we define it, cost center X tech, and the name is this extract at start. Now, these are individual organization right now, they are not linked with that. So company don't know how many cost centers, regions don't know how many companies are there, and supervisory organization don't know how many cost centers are there. So we need to link these structure with each other that till now we have defined. Okay. We have defined location, but we assign it to the supervisory organization. That has been there, but we haven't defined any company locations as well. So what is the difference between company location and supervisory location that we will discuss as well? But first of all, we need to link each and every structure with each other. Okay, so that how we gonna do that? Let's see. We can see here for the from the organization perspective, but we are not able to see for the reorganization. Oh, sorry, for supervisory organization. So first of all, we will open the supervisory organization. Task and the report is view supervisory organization. We will search our supervisory organization. Okay, XTSO, that was the code, XTech supervisory organization group that we have it the name. Now here you can see that if I go and verify the org structure, that is altogether there. But if I want to go back and if I want to assign all of these structures with my company, region, and cost centers, then we will go for the related action button. Then we have supervisory organization, then edit supervisory organization. We have to edit it. That is the name, that is there, the code ID that has been there. Code has been there. And then on the last one, we have organization assignment. That is very important and mandatory because location is already been there, but rest of the company, cost center, region, some name it framing, that is we don't required, but some name it has one anyhow. So the company that we have defined, let's find it, Xtech. Basically, we are linking our company and the hierarchy with my supervisory organization. That has been assigned. From these two companies, is there any default one? Then we can make a default USA. Meaning that for the transaction purpose, that USA come first. I don't need to, if I open up any transaction field and then I want to see that XT USA will become first. Otherwise, we can have choice to select ST UK. Okay, that is the again the question that is you ask this open question. Open question means that structure that you are defined that you can do that. System is flexible enough that you can do as per your requirement. There is no hard and fast rule that subordinates I'm going to define. I define subordinates here, cost centers. If it is required here, then system give you the privileges. And if your organization structure that may want to maintain any subordinates within the hierarchy, that you can maintain a subordinate as well. So system give you the option, but you define or not, that is up to you. as per your business structure. In that SOW, we figured out that there are two companies. So I suggest them you can maintain a hierarchy and then can have the reporting instead of create a subordinate separately. Subordinates means that you are creating hierarchy within that hierarchy. Okay. So I'm not creating any subordinates. I'm creating an hierarchy simple entity. Within that entity, we have we want a reporting at the top level. That's it. But in future, if you see that, for example, your business requirements say that in future we will have a subordinate within that hierarchy, we will have the hierarchy, then you can maintain for the time being, or you can later on that you can create it, that system will not restrict you. I assign these three organization, one is the hierarchy and one is the companies. But here default organization will not become the hierarchy because this is all used for the transaction purpose. So company will come up, entity will come up, not the hierarchy. Sorry. But default organization, you can select only one, not two. So second one automatically disabled. Okay. Cost centers, again, we have created Xtech. So here you can see that subordinates is coming. So I'm selecting the subordinates as well. But for the transaction purpose, you can see that purchasing, no subordinate, no hierarchy. Okay. No XDCC. And if I select the three of them, system will not allow me three. It's automatically select the last one first. That is the default one. Region, I have only one region. I haven't defined many. So that is the central and that is the central. So this is the combination that I have created. One company, two subsidiary, one company, one subordinate, multiple subsidiary, one company, one subsidiary. So I basically cover up all of the structure requirement as per the system. You can create vice versa as per your business requirement, and you can create it for yourself. Even you are creating the or making the ads on, you can create the businesses where you are working right now. You can go there and check their org structure and you can define for yourself. Okay, so that is there. Now my structure is completed and I will click OK. Now my structure is all linked with each other. The supervisory organizations, that is the top level, the company, the cost centers, the regions, that has been linked now. You can go for the organization assignments and you can see that assignments is here. If new company comes in, for example, in a later stage, 1 year, next 1 year, that new company is coming now or subsidiary or subordinate is coming now, then you will again define it and then you will assign it here as well. Otherwise, it will become a challenge for you for hiring, number one. Secondly, for the reports perspective as well. We will discuss that part later on, but that is the challenge for you. So whenever you define any organization, within the reorganization will automatically add in, whereas for the supervisory organization, you have to come and add in these organization within that supervisory organization. Okay, so that's there. That is the HR part. Otherwise, I will go in detail in the supervisory organization and explain to you that you can maintain one supervisory organization and under that only one cost centers. That's it. One company, one cost center. Second supervisory organization, one company, one cost centers. Basically, you are hiring the person within the cost center by yourself. That is the HR area that I'm not going into detail. So, but for the finance perspective, one supervisory organization is more than enough to understand the concepts. Now that's the overall structure that we have defined. My Workday structure that I just completed. Any question till now? Because we did very extensive activity from understanding the structure to Workday structure. Now final structure has been there. Now we are going to define. We have defined the Workday structure, and here now, yeah, restrict to company. If I restrict to this cost center, that has been defined for the USA.
Okay.
It won't be available for the UK.
Okay.
If it will be open, then this cost center will be jointly shared by UK and USA. But that will not be impact their transactions because that has been, hierarchy has been maintained. Okay, we will discuss this thing, by the way, that when the cost center will be jointly shared, but you enter a transaction for the USA and you enter transaction for UK. Is there any segregation that? Yes, we will do that. How we'll do that, we'll see in the future. Okay.
Thank you.
So we have completed the Workday structure. Now we are moving towards finance structure. And can anyone tell me what was the finance structure we did discuss? Sorry, guys. So we will discuss the first charts of account that we have discussed already, just to give you idea, and then we will go for the system now, where we did discuss, we discuss or not? Have we discussed this finance structure? So let me take up this thing now into a different one, because we will design the same thing in our. Okay, the first, the charts of account that we are going to discuss is that the charts of account. So in the Workday, charts of account is our. So in the Workday, we have here charts of account. So in the Workday, we call charts of account sets. Okay. So account sets is there. So we have a task called create account set. So if I go to the system and here, the first is that create account set. So here the account set name and charts of account, that will be click yes. So but here you can link multiple account set within the account set. So what is the meaning that in account set in system, if I take you down here, an account set, one is the with COA and one is without COA. With COA means that you are creating a parent and that you are creating a child here. You can consolidate multiple charts of account within that within one COA, because the only available charts of account for transaction that is checked with the parent one with COA. Check mean with COA. Okay. So here you can maintain multiple charts of account and then you can add multiple charts of account within the one account. Account sets you can add up here as many as you want. Why is it so? Because if there are more than one company that we have it, they are maintaining two different charts of account, and you want to have transactions within one company or one main company, then you can jointly share those charts of account. But that we will discuss in the consolidation part. That is another activity we will perform. We will perform in the GL basically. But right now we are creating the charts of account as a parent one, and we are not basically here when we create the charts of account. We define the okay, whoever charts of account is X-Tech COA. This is my name, and I'm not have any subsidiary or child charts of account. I just define it. Identifier we have defined it here. First the assets, and then we have the further accounts here.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of these is not a step when creating an invoice in Workday? Option A, entering a supplier, invoice ID. Option B, associating a supplier contract. Option C, entering a Workday PO number. Option D, running invoice validation. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section.
For example, assets 1000, sorry, identified is 1000. We have assets, account type assets. Now these accounts type can also be restricted to companies as well. And I want to restrict for my X-Tech USA, and I can restrict as well. No other company can use this 1000 now. But if it is blank, then it is available for all. Then we have 1000 to 1499, that is current assets. Okay, let's define this way. That is this one. Then I will explain you how we can maintain this one in a later stage. First, I will define the cash. That's that I want to change the name cash. Then I would say that that will bank 1010. That is bank identifier assets. Then second one, I would create the plant, that is 1510, and asset one. One I will define it, and then rest you can do that. For the time being, I'm gonna create it all. That is bank loan that we have it. That is the liability. So consider that 2010 bank loan, that is liability. And one is the share capital, that is 3000. That is called equity. And if I open up all of them, you can see asset, liability, equity, income, expense, and statistics is there. Statistics is there. So right now statistics is not been used. We have 5 type only. So equity is there. Revenue is 4010. Sales revenue, that is revenue. Income is there. Electricity is bills, that is 5010. Electricity bills, so that is expense. So this is how you define, and I click OK, and that all have been defined. But right now I'm not defining anything, right? Because that is the very detailed and hectic activity. So I'm not defining this thing. I will use by default charts of account that has been already defined. If I open a window and show you that the default one. But if a new company is structured, then you have to define this way. Click OK, and that will be created. So in this instance, I cannot define, or I don't want to define. Basically, that is my personal instance, or you can say a company instance. So they are not allowed to define it here. So I would just show you, and then you can define it. Okay. So view account set. If I can show you the default one that we have it, view account set is the task. So view account set is the report, and the charts of account name, that is corporate. So here you can see 147 items already been defined. Used by company, 51 is using this company, and that is charts of account. Yes. The transactional charts of account, that account set will be available. Where the charts of account is turned into yes, that it will be available. Otherwise, it will not be available for transaction. That is only for the reporting purpose. Okay, these are the assets. You can see that assets is there. Then there are so many assets been defined. Then liability. This is their credit card, deferred revenue, prepaid revenue, equity, APIC, additional paid, retained earning. We will discuss unrealized gain or loss. We will discuss as well. Income, income mean revenue, expenses there, pay agent, project labor cost recovery, marketing facilities. A lot of been defined, so we will use the same for our uh, company or our charts of account as well. So we will use that is called corporate. Okay, so that is there. One charts of account that has been already been there, and I have shown you that how we can define. Now the second C is there, that is currency. Currency or the business currency. For first of all, we need to check that currency is enabled in the environment or not, because Workday have already defined all the currency in the system. So you just need to verify that has been defined, so that currency is country currency. View country currency. So my currency is the USD. So I would search this here. USD filter. Sorry. So United States of America. That I'm gonna check. That is available now. Symbol is dollar. Precision 2 840 code. US dollar USD, that is there. So the second C is also been there, and that is available. And foreign currency you can verify as well, similarly the USD. Then we have calendar. Calendar is something. Here we have fiscal schedule. So we have a task here, create fiscal schedule, add it. That we have it. So let's first of all view fiscal schedule, how many is there. So we have it here. Standard corporate schedule that is already been defined. So we will pick up this thing as well. For the creation perspective, you can go the same way. But cancel this one. That is easy one to create one. Create fiscal schedule. Schedule name. And then you can auto-populate fiscal schedule period. That is very simple and to define in the system. So you can define in your tenant and then let me know if you find any challenge. So I cannot define in this tenant, that's why it's been there, but for the tenant that you will have, you can define easily there. Let me know if you have any challenge. Okay. So that's the restriction that I have it. Otherwise, I can create multiple there. So if I created a new one here, that would be, problem for me. So WS01's Walmart Superstore that they have created too. So we will use the standard fiscal schedule for our company as well. Standard fiscal schedule. So that has been defined, for example, that we will use for 2023. So that has been there. Convention that is automatically available for IFRS perspective for the deferred revenue that we have it. So we don't need to configure anything here. That is by default feature that is available for all that you can utilize in the system for your there. So these three you can define. One is charts of account. One is the currency automatically defined in the system, and calendar you can define. Two is been already there by the Workday, so you don't need to define anything here. Now the question is that your charts of account is ready, your calendar is ready, currency is ready. Now you have to attach this fiscal schedule. Workday, you need to attach Workday structure to your fiscal structure, sorry, financial structure. Now you have to attach this structure. How are we gonna do that? So in that Workday structure, we have defined the companies here, this one. So your financial basically configure based on the companies. So that is linked with that. So you have to assign these with the company level. So I will go find my company and then attach all these things. So here my company name is Xtech USA. This is there. I'm going to open up the related action button. And in that related action button, we have first the company, and then we have added a company accounting details. This one is the option. I will go once again. Open your company, go to related action button, go to company, and then edit accounting details. This one is the option, accounting detail. We will discuss wherever we need it, we will go for those options. So here, the currency is automatically USD. Anyone knows that how it comes here? That Tokyo has make a correct answer. When we define our company, then we given this currency as a default one. If I open up again, create company and Xtech. I will not define, just to give an example. Here we have company currency that we have given there. So that is coming because we already assigned this currency, but that is now editable. Once the transaction will book, that will not be changed. So you have to be careful here. The currency that you are selecting for your company, if you select it and you put it the transaction and later on you realize that, oh my God, that is not the right currency that I need to put in. Then you come back here and try to change it. No, you cannot. Then you have to make a new structure for your company. So you have to be very careful. So company rate type override, that we will discuss later on. What is the rate type? We have a detailed activity for this country rate type. Fiscal schedule, that is there. So we have agreed that we have standard fiscal schedule that we're gonna use. Alternate, there is no alternate account sets. So we have a corporate. So basically, I am assigning the Workday structure or my company structure and link with the financial structure. USD fiscal schedule or account set has been assigned. There is no account set or default account set. That is only one account set that I'm obtaining. Now, this is the some rules that has been there. Control rule, posting rule, translation rule, daily balance rule. So default reporting book, these are all control rule we will check. Posting rule we will discuss, translation rule we will discuss. This we will discuss as well. So these are optional as well as we will discuss in future. So whenever we start up our activity, we will discuss these things one by one. Okay. Right now, going down, translation currency, what is that? We will discuss as well when we discuss translation rule. That is one activity we did perform. We will perform, sorry. Allow accounting by approval dates. This is approval link. So areas we don't want to maintain. So multiple options that I'm parking right now, but we will discuss in future whenever the activity comes in. Then a reversal. What is the meaning of reversal? Why we need to have this reversal? We will discuss as well that part in our reversal activity. So this is reverse debit and credit. Click. Now I'm gonna click OK. So my structure is basically linked with my financial structure now. That is up and running now. These two structure now available. Now, how we can check that the structure is up and running and that is correct? So we will create one journal, create journal. That will give us idea that is there and that is running perfectly. Create journal, and here we will search our company Xtech. So that is not there, no match found. We will select the period and that has been there, but there is no, they will say that fill up this information. Source, I will give it manual, but the ledger should be there. So my structure is still not completed because financial structure required another thing that is called ledger.
Hi everyone, I'm thrilled to give you a preview of ZaranTech's Expert Workday Finance Training course. In this intensive training, we'll explore Workday Finance's essential capabilities so you can optimize financial processes. Whether you're new to Workday Finance or an experienced user looking to expand your skills, this training delivers tremendous value. We'll start with the basics, configuring Workday's ledger, managing accounting transactions, and financial reporting. ZaranTech has trained hundreds of Workday Finance experts globally. Our real-world customer examples will empower you to streamline financial operations. This is an outstanding opportunity to become a certified Workday Finance expert. Visit the link below for full information on ZaranTech's intensive Workday Finance training program.